Hey, everyone. Welcome to the live. Yes, it's just me right now. Alexa might join me if she has time. Other than that, pretty much everybody else is. I didn't really ask too many people because I know that I've been doing a live each night and stuff like that. And most of the people have been working long hours. Aspen, of course, is just, you guys seen him yesterday, just exhausted beyond belief. Um, well, and then, 5 year, if somebody wants to come up, feel free. But other than that, I kind of do like spending time with you guys myself too. And so today's events, but first of all and foremost, remembering always what this is about, and it's justice for Abby and Libby. And that's what this trial is all about, to see if Abby and Libby get the justice they deserve, if it's Richard Allen or if it's not Richard Allen. Anyways, Ben, love it. Thank you so much. I'm feeling the love, Ben. Anyways, so hey everyone, and welcome to the live. I know that there's a bunch of other people doing lives, and a lot of people are really watching the lawyers, Andrea and Laura Lee, over there. So I know that those people are still doing lives, but whatever. I got you guys, so that's good enough for me. So hello, Lizette. How are you? Ben, Jen. Hey, Jen C. How are you? Let's see here. I know that there's not very many people watching right now, so you guys, it's just you guys spamming me here. Anyways, hoping my name doesn't appear anywhere near that place. Yeah, how you doing there? Long time. And yeah, so while you've been away, Jen, Sharon Parker is my favorite female mod, and Ben is my favorite male mod. Oh, I probably should have. Sharon Parker's probably going to be like, I didn't know you were doing a live. I haven't seen her yet. Maybe I should. Ben, do you talk to Sharon on there? Guess I could go to my messenger in a minute. But anyways, you guys. So yeah. So for people that probably somewhat know, are not, only male mod. Shh, Ben. No. That's not true, Ben. Mark has a mod wrench. So don't forget about that. So you do have the competition. um, but you guys, today, of course, Sarah Carbonneau, or however you say it, Carbonneau, she was on the stand. They're talking about, of obviously the wounds of the girls as well. And we're talking about, like the phone data and stuff like that. And yeah, so I think oh, there she is. See, Mark, see, Ben, Aspen was live on GHI with Murder Sheet and Frank Meister. Was he now? Who's GHI? Don't tell me. Don't tell me Gray Hughes. Don't tell me Gray Hughes. Is that what you mean by that? Gray Hughes investigates? No. You're all number one. Don't tell me. Are you being serious? Or are you just joking with me? You're gonna make me Google that shit right now, aren't you? On there. Yeah. Okay, I have to Google that now because I don't believe you yet. Okay. I'm trying to think of who's GHI. Then it's dawning on me. Gray Hughes investigates. Oh my god, just Googling that. Let's see. He's live. Oh, he's live now? Uh, you guys messing with me? Wait, why am I going to that video? You guys messing with me? Wait, Jesus. They all in line. Wait, oh, last night? Last night? Okay, okay. Hold on a second. Why, if I put in that, hold on. Google that shit. Ah, even clicking on his name makes me want to vomit. But whatever. Was it alive? Delphi. Okay, right now he's doing Delphi. Last night? Late night in Delphi. Now you guys see, now you have to make me look here. Okay, I do see murder sheets on there. I do see, so I do see murder sheets. Susan Hendricks. Who's that dude? Not sure who that dude is. Sorry, I'm just kind of looking. I don't see us. Was it you guys bullshitting me? Ben, are you confirming this for me? Oh, there he is. Okay, he's with Susan Hendricks. I gotcha. Yeah, I mean, he's with Susan Hendricks, so that's forgiven. If he was by himself, I'd literally probably fly through this computer and go pop him one in the face if that was the case, because we all know that we do not like gray hues. But if he's with Susan Hendricks, okay. Okay. Anyways, let's get back on course here. I've been gone too long. I don't know shit about nothing. I brought snacks though. Okay. Very hearty for families today. Oh, I absolutely. Especially talking about the wounds and stuff out like that. Whoops. Flipped off that. Very hard for the families. Okay, so you know what? Let me pull up the first video, I guess. Well, I gotta take myself off of this one here. Let me Where's just the one I was walking? Oh, I got to close off gray hues now. There you go, buddy. Guy. Bye, bye, bye. Okay, so let's pull up the first one. We're just gonna watch together. It's about 7 minutes long. You guys, I think Alexa sent me this on my lunch today. I thought it was pretty good for what it for the 7 minutes that it gave. So let's play this one here.
Today in the Delphi murders trial, there was wide-ranging testimony today from experts and witnesses alike.
CBS 4's Max Lewis just got out of the courtroom. He joins us live from outside the courthouse. Max, what really stuck out to you today?
Hey, good evening, Chelsea and Bob. Yeah, I just got out of the court. We recessed just a little bit ago, probably about 10 minutes ago. I think the big thing from today, or I should start with the most recent development, really, is that we heard from a digital forensics expert at Indiana State Police, or the person who actually analyzed the data that was found on Libby's cell phone. There were some really important moments in establishing sort of the timeline of how this all happened, because that has really been the contentious point of all of this, is exactly when were the girls on the bridge? When did they go down the hill? When were they killed? Some of those questions still remain unanswered. They used the data specifically on Libby's phone from the health app. Libby had an iPhone. Most people with iPhones know there's this health app, and it actually tracks movement. And so they were able to discover that the last movement on that phone was at 2:32 that afternoon. The last movement was an elevation change. It described an elevation change of 2 floors, which they testified was about 20 feet. So that possibly could be the down the hill part. However,
okay, so we're gonna stop at that part right there, and this is when we're going to talk about things as we're kind of going along. So 2:32 was when the phone stops in a sense, right? And then it does an elevation, and they can't determine if it's 20 feet down or 20 feet up. So you guys in chat, what do you think it is? So now just think of the Monan High Bridge though. Okay. So it's 60 feet above, elevated above the water there. So it's at the point that it's, they have to go down kind of like two kind of, we'll call them mountainsides or hillsides or whatever you want to call them, right? Because it's from the bridge to the drive to, and then they have to go down again to the water, or going up, because obviously the water's low and there's that high side, and then going to the spot where they were, yes, it's flat, but they still were elevated. Well, up would be crossing the water, Gen C, and then going up. So my question to the people that are watching in chat right now, and welcome, is that we're gonna I really want to go with this with you guys together as we're talking about things and see what you are thinking. Okay, so now I don't think he said much after that, but let me just see.
The expert could not say if that was an upward elevation change or a downward elevation change. The other big thing that really they
Okay, we'll stop right there. So the elevation change, like I said, they couldn't say. Now, again, do you think? Okay, so you think it was from the bridge, kind of like to the private drive, like that type of 20 feet elevation right there? Do you think that that's where it is? Hi, GP. And yeah. So let's see here. I'm just going to stop the screen for a moment. And do I still have my Google up? Okay. Yeah. All right. I know that Google, we'll go back to it for a second, share screen, and we'll go to Google Earth for a second. Let me just take this off the screen for a second. Whoops. Okay. I think going up. Okay. So let me just remove myself here. Let me take off the branding so we can just kind of look at it. Let me go back. Okay. Over here. So let's see here. Okay. So that's the thing here, is that it's not really giving you the true, but there's a south side of the bridge, which was where the Weber's is, right? And then they would have to go down to a private drive, and then they would have to go down more, to make it to the water. And then we know that up here, and then we can look at pictures in a little bit here, or you can go up over the other side here. Right. And we all know it was pretty steep here. You guys have probably, some of you guys might have remembered like Greeno's thing, where he went across there. So hold on, let me go back here. I'll go back to your comments here and see what you guys are saying. Hi, Lone Pony. So the question I'm posing here is, with the news in regards, hey, Frank Meister, with the news in regards to the 20 feet elevation, 20-foot elevation there, do you think that the phone stopped at the bridge and then it showed a decline of 20 feet down to pretty much the drive? Now, if that's true, that could, play that part to the fact that they got in a vehicle at that point, right? And the phone was turned off, and then the phone came back on later, in a sense, like, meaning if it's 20 feet down, it's probably going to end up around the drive area. Or do you think it's going up? Yeah. How you doing, Frank? On there. You want to pop up here for a few minutes, Frank? Just let me know, and then you can, unless you're like really, really tired, but just let me know if you do want to. But makes more sense going down. I'm just confused with the time frame. Well, I mean, phone stops at 2:32, right? The girls, the recording is at 2:13 there. So, that's a good, right? Like that kind of, like, to me, I was like in my head going, okay, that makes more sense going up in elevation than this, but I don't know, because it really depends on, well, he said, like, guys, down the hill. So did something happen at the private drive there, perhaps? Or is it more to do with that they crossed the water and the 2:32 time more makes sense of, getting to the other side. Hi, Heather. How are you? I know. Well, you know what, Gen Z, that's the point. I said to one of my coworkers today, I said, look, let me ask you something that's kind of like a little bit of a riddle here. I said, I said, let me tell you something about like these two girls. And I just did it very short. And I wanted to ask about the clothes, right? I said, what sense can you make out of that? Libby's clothes, for the most part, were on Abby's body. Like, why would somebody do that? And he said, well, that's just it, Sonny. Is that how do you make sense out of someone that doesn't make sense of why they do things? And that's the bottom line, is that for us, it's in most people's normal worlds, because we're not thinking like killers and stuff like that, it doesn't make sense. And for the most part, the different killers or serial killers, right, do some weird shit, whether it's leave markings or whatever, items, whatever, they're a staple. And so, like, for us to try to understand, unless if it is Richard Allen and he tells us why that happened, it's really hard for us to make sense. We can kind of think of perhaps why, but really when you think about it, it's like, what was that purpose and when would that have transpired? Hi, Gaming and Sleuthing. What's your theory? What's your theory of the clothing? Yeah. And again, so the question I'm posing at the moment is, do you think it was a 20 foot elevation down? Thinking about the time frame, 2:13, the video, right? The picture, the video, and 2:32 is when her phone stops, and then it elevates or declines 20 feet at 2:32. So it's a question of, do you think it happened on the other side of the creek, or do you think it happened from the bridge, the south end part of the bridge going down 20 feet? And then what? Right? Because that's just the point, is that, so then what? So then we should have heard it did an elevation down of 20 feet, and then we should have heard that it did another elevation down, or a total elevation, because the bridge to the water is 60 feet, they said. So if it's 60 feet and it's 20 feet, it either, one, takes you down to the private drive, or that they've crossed the water and you're elevating up, 20 feet. Is it 20 feet though from the water to try to climb up the side? But then there's the elevation of the land as well. So even though they're in a flat area, doesn't mean that there isn't the elevation still going up. So I wish that. And then, of course, they don't have a time of death for the girls. Okay. That is shocking to me, that they do not have a time of death. Because do you guys remember the messages to Erskine where it said, the coroner's report said that the time of death was 3:30? I think most of us remember that. You're right. You can't make sense out of nonsense. It was for shock value. Let's see. Redressing the girls. Rushing, got Abby dressed, went to dress Libby. Clothes didn't fit because Abby was smaller and felt rushed and left. Rushing to get a dress. Went to get... Honestly, that still kind of doesn't make sense to me. I don't think it just still doesn't make sense to me, right? Like, why waste time? Why add to that? The only thing that ever keeps coming to my mind is because Libby, obviously by the wounds, Abby was just once, right, in the neck. Libby was multiple times. And not only was Libby multiple times, she also had, what is it called? Sebrium or whatever that word is for, like a head, like head swelling. And so it's like, did Libby's head get smacked on the ground? Did it get smacked into that, what you guys call the blood splatter tree or the F tree? So obviously she was the brunt. And it's either because she was stronger and had somewhat of a battle in her, even though they're saying that there was no whatever, but it makes you, and Abby was once. So it's almost like where I feel like someone is taking revenge on Libby and felt bad that he had to take out Abby, but yet dressing her in Libby's clothes, and then it just goes back. Well, were the clothes asked to be taken off on the bridge side of the water or when they crossed the creek? And then he placed the articles back there and dressed Abby because he felt bad, but he just picked whatever clothes. I don't know. I mean, Abby had on her pink shirt. So it was the black swimming thing, sweater hoodie, and the pants. But what about the shoe? It's not like you're going to put on somebody's soaking wet. Imagine trying to put on a shoe that's soaking wet on somebody. Well, I guess you could if you totally loosened up the entire tongue. But if the phone never turned off, then it shows a change of location if they were taken somewhere. No? Well, if the phone was never turned off, then that would mean that the phone reconnected, right, at 4:33 a.m. If the phone was off, then obviously somebody would have had to turn that phone on in order for it to reconnect. Like the thing, again, this case, you guys know this case. Let me just see what more you guys are saying here. There was a lot that we were somewhat told, and it's not adding up. Yeah. One person that's not adding up is Sara C, right? Mrs. Bloody Muddy. Well, once we actually start seeing all the different stuff, honestly, her testimony is going to become useless because there's not going to be any consistency. And if she can't be consistent with what she's saying and even the color of the jacket, then what are we? And the vehicle, right? The vehicles, like the different vehicles. So there's going to be other things that are going to obviously be important to the timeline there. But her whole 356 timeline of seeing Mr. Bloody and Muddy now becomes not credible. Yeah, brain swelling. A lot of blood, right. But the thing about the girls being taken, and we talked about this yesterday, right? You just try to make common sense out of it. Now, the defense is there to get their client off. It's that simple. So they have to think of whatever maneuver they can to make it seem like, well, this was plausible. And that's the whole point, right? Creating doubt into the jurors. Now, how plausible is it that somebody touched that phone at 4:33, turned it on, brought the girls back after being taken away on the drive, and instead of discarding them somewhere else, no, we're going to come back to the scene of the crime. We're going to dunk the girls in the water, get their clothes wet. You have to remember that Libby's hair is soaking wet. Okay, I've seen those pictures. Libby's hair is wet. So regardless if there's, say, blood on it at her hair is wet, as if maybe she was running and fell in the water. Who knows? Her hair is wet. Or maybe she was struggling. I don't know. Maybe with Richard Allen. Like I said, maybe Libby pissed off Richard Allen because, she's a feisty one or something like that. But either or, the clothes on Abby were wet. So although Abby's hair looks dry, apparently the clothes on Abby of Libby's were wet. So who's going to bring back the girls live? And who's going to sit there and create the blood spattered tree plus all the blood pools that are around after? Like, do you know what I mean? You ain't bringing back two girls alive back to the point that you took them from, knowing that their search is going on. None of that would make sense. Okay, so just none of that makes sense. So I don't know what the defense thinks about that whole stuff, but obviously their story falls short of anything, because it would never make sense to bring girls to the crime scene alive and then do blood spatter, get their clothes wet, have blood pools around and stuff like that. No, right? Right? If you take them back to the scene, they're going to be in a lot better shape, in a sense, if they're trying to cover up blood and different things like that. But that's not the case. So them going away and then bringing them back, sorry, that is like freaking far out there to try to believe that. That's why that doesn't make sense. So if anyone can tell me differently, you know, there's no way you're going to have blood on the trees, blood on this, bring the girls back alive and come back to the scene of where they were taken and stuff like that, and then just place them there. No, you're going to go dump them. You're going to go dig them somewhere, you know, and stuff like that. So that doesn't make sense. It's where TBI happens and the brain swells in the skull, creating excess pressure. Mm-hmm. Hi, Heather. I think he made them undressed at the creek. They were both, and we'll just say naked. And he may have told Abby to get dressed, but it's impossible to dress her in wet clothes, so she dressed in Libby's clothes. Right? Your guess is as good as mine, but at least there's some thought to that about, is that possible? Yeah, well, that could have been. The wounds caused the brain swelling, according to earlier info. Did they cross? Yeah, they obviously had to cross the creek. Yeah, they definitely crossed the creek. Just don't know what to believe. He may have ordered Abby to get dressed, but she couldn't dress her own clothes because they were wet, so she dressed in Libby's. It's like I said, it's a possibility. Like it's not like it's a far out there thought. Abby's shoes were on, but now did Abby have one shoe on or two? Because they keep making it sound like it was one shoe, but because that would seem strange. Because again, putting wet clothes on anybody is hard enough. So yeah, you can't make sense of us, sick people. Oh, love, I hope somebody is taking notes on all this, because they claim this for all makes sense to us. I don't know, but there's still a lot of things there's a lot of things that don't make sense, but then there's going to be a lot of things that do make sense. And, again, when you have other witnesses that are saying, like, even if they take out Sara Carbonell, right, there's still things about Richard Allen saying that he was there from 1:30 to 3:30. And then, of course, if that needed time to get to his vehicle, that could be exactly where that time frame of 3:56 comes in, because obviously it's a trek back, right? So there are things that can easily still line up, and most of that is his own testimony, right? And I think that the lawyers, again, are going to try to shovel us shit when it comes to the whole 215 thing, and they're just going to try to knock that down. But it's going to, again, it's going to be up to the prosecution to really tie in everything together, and then on top of that, have the confessions. But I think, honestly, this was kind of expected to happen with the witnesses, to be honest with you. No, I seen real photos. I seen 4 photos of the crime scene. Tons of people have. A lot of people were hiding and saying that they hadn't seen them, even though I know that they had seen them. But yeah, but I had seen them. Aspen saw them. A ton of people have saw those 4 photos that were leaked out. Okay, so obviously they had a lot more in the courtroom that everybody else got to see, but I got to see Libby. it was kind of like 3 pictures of Abby, 1 of Libby. And the reason why there was kind of like 3 of Abby, it's kind of like one was trying to show like her leg area on there. But yeah, but you could see both girls as they were. And that's why we knew that there was no freaking antler horns that they were trying to say. Like that was just a far stretch. Just like this whole Odin shit. I'm sorry. But again, they're trying to bring that back in. But yes, I believe that the logs were placed. I'll say randomly, but not randomly. So meaning that's almost like me, any normal person, if you're trying to cover somebody, you're going to grab a bunch of those sticks and leaves and keep tossing them over top of the girls, right? That's what you would do. But these to me were random in the sense that BG didn't know what the fuck he was doing with the sticks, but he created it. So when people keep saying that it's an asterisk, okay, that's like looking at a cloud and going, that freaking looks like an elephant. You know, it has the shape of an elephant, looks like a trunk of an elephant. And so that to me is like the sticks. It's like if you want to make an asterisk out of it because it looks like an asterisk, so you're going to use your words to say, look, the best way I can describe it is that it looks kind of like an asterisk. Does that mean it is an asterisk? No. It just means that that's how the logs or branches, whatever, were placed, but not that the intent was to make it look like an asterisk. It was just the intent to make it seem like it's something that it wasn't. And I don't think that there's any precision to these sticks besides it was kind of like, well, let me put one across their neck, you know, and let me put another one here and here, and trying to create that deception. And I think that's kind of what Ali was saying right from the get-go, is they try it was the scene was tried to make it look like something that it wasn't. And that's kind of how I feel about it, about the sticks. Yeah, absolutely. I think he told her to get dressed. Yeah, absolutely. I don't think he dressed her either, because that's a lot of ass work on what clothes. Yeah, right. Absolutely curious. Okay. Okay, so I am going to thank you, Lamponi. Yeah. I mean, again, you guys have the right to your own opinions on thoughts. That's what we're just, like I said, we have no true knowledge. Hey, Chevy, we have no true knowledge of what actually happened, right? We're just following the case along, knowing the stuff that we thought we knew, and then coming to the items that we thought we knew, but now are said differently, like the muddy and bloody, right? Like, so she totally backfired. Like I said, her testimony won't be worth a pile of shit, to be honest with you. Because you can't say a tan jacket, then turn it into a blue. Oh, there's Alexa. Oh, 1 second. Hey, Alexa.
Oh, hi. How are you? My sound, I probably won't be able to stay too long, but I
That's
just
fine.
came to say hello.
Yeah.
Again, the volume is so screwed up. I don't understand why. Give me 1 second.
Okay. I'm hearing feedback. Go back out and come back in, maybe. Let's see. Okay. Well, Alexa's doing that. I'm just going to play a little bit more. Yeah, what about them apples, eh? Couldn't find the picture that was taken from her cell phone. Just adds to the other pile of stuff. Alexa, is that better for you?
Yeah, that sounds better. Hello.
Oh, yeah.
Good
Yeah.
evening. How's everybody doing? I'm sorry, I
Good.
can't see the chat right now because I just, came live right now with my phone and I
Yeah.
didn't go out to go get my laptop.
Yeah. Alexa, just for people that don't know that are going to come across you because they haven't seen you in a while, can you just remind people about your experience and what you've done?
Sure. For 16 years, I was a crime and intelligence behavioral analyst. So basically, I did from crime analysis, crime scenes. I did interviews, behavior, body language, and I obviously I did profiling. So I did a little bit of everything, but mainly my main thing was crime scene and body language. Those were
Yeah.
my two specialities, I guess you can say the most.
Yeah. And okay, so thank you for popping up. So let me ask you this one, and then you can kind of speak about what you want here. But so 232, Libby's phone stops, and then it takes a 20-foot elevation, and they don't know if it's down or up. And the bridge is 60 feet from the water in
Mhm.
height. So, in your best thoughts, do you like knowing the time frame that about the 213 for the video, right? So knowing the time frame and knowing 213 it stops and then it does an elevation, but they're not sure if it does an elevation or or decline of 20 feet. Where would you think that that happened?
Honestly, I mean, first of all, did they set it in court? Because I'm honestly today I followed, but I didn't follow with specifics. Is that what they found on the phone?
Uh, yes. That so in the article that you sent me, Alexa,
Uh-huh.
in the news,
Oops.
yeah, the 701 is actually where they're talking about that right at the start. So do you want me to play that for you quickly?
Yeah, you can play it because
Here,
I mean I watched it, but I don't recall it right now.
sure. We'll just talk about it. Okay. I'll just play it back from this.
Are you gonna play it?
I'm playing it.
Oh, you are? I can't
Oh,
hear it.
oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. You
First of
guys color me stupid, but um I totally forgot that I had the mapping on the screen.
I
I
think
thought,
it's tired, the word. I don't think it's stupid. I think we're all tired.
my bad, my bad, my bad. So sorry. Okay.
Go down the hill? When were they killed? Some of those questions still remain unanswered. They used the data specifically on Libby's phone from the health app. Libby had an iPhone. Most people with iPhones know there's this health app, and it actually tracks movement. And so they were able to discover that the last movement on that phone was at 2:32 that afternoon. The last movement was an elevation change. It described an elevation change of 2 floors, which they testified was about 20 feet. So that possibly could be the down the hill part. However, the expert could not say if that was an upward elevation change or a downward elevation change. The other big thing that really they lasered in on was the Snapchat data.
Okay. So
Now
that
I
right.
remember. Yes, you're right. Yeah. Now I remember. Yes. Well, I mean, it could be either or. I mean, I'm not too familiar because I am not an iPhone user,
I
and
am.
my family we're not. So I don't know too much about. I do know. We use Android. My husband uses like tracking from his um watch. So I mean, it could be anything. I mean, it could be that yes, maybe they went down, or because I don't think they go any elevation up. I don't think after the creek they went up anywhere.
Yeah, once they
There was
crossed the
no
creek.
hike. I think
Yeah.
that was probably from going down the hill,
Well,
probably.
also, yeah. Well, I was gonna say so. At the end of the day, and Chevy, I disagree. There's definitely the elevation from 60 feet where the track is. There's the elevation down that goes down to the private drive, and then the other elevation all the way down. But it's very steep, and that's hence why you see those ass marks that are going down off of the left side of the bridge, is because it's a steep decline going down. So you hit the
Mhm.
drive, and then you go down more. Then you get to the water, and then they have to climb up that from the water, which is a pretty significant
So
climb from
maybe
the
that's where it is. That's the inclination that they're talking about from there.
right. So I was gonna say, so that like, well, the thing is that again, we're looking at the time frame. We're looking at 213. We're looking at 232 is when they said it stopped, and then there was an incline or a decline, but they weren't sure. And the thing is that in my head, I'm like, okay, 232, are they across the creek at that point? Or are they not?
Well, 213 was when the video,
Right.
when she does the picture, right? Or is it
Yeah,
the video? Or was it when the video starts?
the video. Well,
The
I think
video
the
starts.
picture. You guys remind us, because I always
So,
for some reason I'm getting that boggled. No,
yeah.
it was like 207 or something like that, or 20.
Yeah, the picture was 207. So I
Yeah,
think the video is
the video was
213.
213. Yeah, and that was
Okay.
45.
So I mean, yeah, I mean, would it take 15 minutes to go all the way down? Probably.
Just gonna see if I can find a good picture of that.
I just wanted to answer. I think CJK was asked a question that he confessed, and in the confession, he had RA wrote in big letters, and like, what does that mean?
Yeah, yeah, okay.
Obviously, I mean that's very significant. I mean that means that he's like, this is really weighing on him, and that's something that he really wants to get it out. Usually, when you don't want people finding out anything, you write very small and crowded. And when you write very neatly and very big, it's because it's almost like you want to announce. So I think that's the way that I would interpret that.
That when he wrote big, he's trying to announce.
Yeah, I think it's just it was weighing him, and he's just ready to say it, like kind of like say it out. Because I'm sure he had a lot of thought to say, he had been sitting there for how long, and I'm sure he thought many days and say, "Hey, I'm going to confess," and maybe something stopped him. But this particular day, it was like, "Nope, I'm going to go for it, and I'm going to go and say it."
Yeah.
So I think that's what the big letters of the confession might mean.
Okay. So, 1 second here. Let me take down thing in front of, and let me make this bigger for people. Okay.
Yeah, that looks like an incline.
That's it. So again, so that's an incline, but not only is that an incline, you're still inclining. So although they're found not too far away from the water, you're still inclining. But that's right. Like look at him, and the incline was about 20 feet. It's the health app said. So we're not even seeing the water there yet. The water is there, but right at the very bottom there. So that's a healthy climb that they had to go up, and plus they're still going up once they get there. They're still inclining. So that to me could be deemed as the 232s when they made it across, but they also could be the other way. Not saying for sure.
Yeah, but I mean, it's still consistent. I mean, whether it's incline or decline, I mean, they're still consistent with the timeline. So I think that's the best thing that
Yeah.
we have. That we're getting snips that, conclude, that it's
Yeah.
matching the timeline that the prosecution or that we all have thought about it. So
Yeah.
that's
Not gonna
actually good.
yeah, on that. Not gonna agree about that part, Chevy, myself, but I do find it funny that they couldn't find the picture in the phone, the one that was taken at 2:07, you know?
Because I know Snapchat, but it's because of Snapchat. Because I think it's when you take it in Snapchat, I think it doesn't save on your mobile, on your phone.
Right. Yeah, I think it was, I mean,
I think it has something to do with that.
yeah, could it
Because I know some apps, like for example, in like when I text, like in WhatsApp, if you take a picture in WhatsApp, it doesn't save on your mobile. It just, the picture just goes whoever you want to send it to, but it doesn't get saved on with your other pictures that you take with your
yeah,
mobile.
I was never like a Snapchat user.
Mhm.
So I used it once and then that was it. So anyone that's familiar with Snapchat,
Yeah, they will
um,
know.
they will
Mhm.
know. So
Yeah, they
whoever,
will know. Like if you take a picture, it would send, you can take the picture and it would save there, but it's not saved on your mobile, like on your device or on your S card or whatever. SD card.
right, you have to change the setting to get it to
Yeah,
save.
because it's saved on the platform. Basically, you're using the platform and you're using the platform to take the picture.
Yeah.
So that's what Snapchat does it too. Yep.
Yeah. I think once you
GP,
said,
yep.
yeah,
Hmm.
I think once you send it to somebody or something like that, you know what? The thing is, we actually heard about the picture before. It's been so long, uh,
Mm,
about hearing about it. But I remember when they talked about it, how it was saved,
hmm,
but they were talking about how pictures, like in Snapchat, it's like you'll see it for so long and then it's gone. Um,
hmm.
so I can't remember what they said about it back when, but there was something about that whole picture
Yeah.
um, that
And even conversations. That's why a lot of people with devious activities like to use Snapchat, because also it doesn't save chats. So a
yeah,
lot of the grooming people that like to groom kids, they like to use Snapchat for
it
those
is.
reasons.
Yeah, and it has not been proven um, that it's a fake photo at all.
No, no,
Yeah,
no, no,
no, I don't know
no.
where that information's coming from, but that is, when somebody makes a comment like that, then tell me who proved it on that.
Mm,
Yeah. So, I know, Chevy, that you have a different opinion about, this crime and stuff like that. But then there's also sticking with facts. And there is nothing that's ever proven that photo is fake at
mhm.
all. And if there is, then then you prove it.
Yeah,
And
it's also like I was listening a little bit, like when you were talking, and I wasn't here, but I was still listening.
yeah,
And somebody, I forget, I think it was, oh God, I forgot who it was, but somebody was saying that they were worried about Sarah's Sarah's as a witness, because that she was not being seen credible. And somebody else said, no, I think Sarah was a very good witness because she's sticking to her guns. And I believe so too. I think Sarah has been feisty. Yes. Are there some inconsistencies in her testimony? Maybe, but I think you have to go back. I mean, you see somebody, you live in a small town, you find out this horrible crime happens, and then you go, wait a second, I saw this. I mean, it has to be scary that you basically saw the person who did it. So I would be with nightmares. I would have
yeah,
nightmares for weeks. So I understand her not coming forward. The testimony, I mean, Brown, I mean, we all believe that he had brown hoodie. I mean, we don't know if she took it in, but also
mhm,
sometimes I think when you're giving a recount, sometimes either you get press either by whoever is doing the interview and they lead you, and sometimes you want to say it because you want to help, and sometimes because she already saw the video and that she's going to be like, no, you know what, it was blue, I remember that it was blue. And maybe she doesn't remember that it was blue, but she thinks that by saying that or contradicting her, and she doesn't remember that everything that she's saying is being transcribed. So then it's going to be seen as an inconsistency, but maybe she didn't mean it like that. So I think that's what it is. I heard, I was watching one of the lawyers, and then they were like making fun of her and saying, how is she going, blood when it gets splattered, doesn't look bright red. That is not true. I mean, fresh blood looks bright red. Dry blood looks darker, but when it's fresh, I mean, obviously this person has never been to a crime scene, because I mean, it sometimes it looks like paint. It looks fake.
Well,
So
I was going to say, at the end of for me personally with Sara Karbanoff, I think honestly she blew, like, her regardless if she's trying to hold to her guns, myself, to me she blew her test, like her testimony will become nothing, to be honest with you, because she was inconsistent the entirety of what she said. Even if she was sticking to her guns, she even admitted that it obviously what she's saying isn't consistent, because it almost, you know what feeling I got from that, Alexa, to be honest with you, I got the feeling that more it's almost like them recollecting her memory for her or something.
yeah, and that's what I
that's
was telling you by leading her. Like,
yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
yeah.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of like, so I could make sense of someone having a bunch of dirt on them, and then a jacket being dirty and looking tan to the eye because of the memory, and her just, it's a blurb. You're driving by somebody close, but I can understand, it was 3 weeks later, I guess because she obviously felt that way when she realized that what happened to the girls, living in a small town, not knowing who the killer is, you might be very hesitant to come forward for that reason. It happens all the time. But but the thing is that, if in the first 2 interviews she never stated anything about bloody, and in the third one it almost seems like, well, that's what they were talking about. Well, so maybe and so it does feel like it was almost like a little bit coerced, coached, and so now her whole testimony to me falls apart, because now that takes away the 356 time frame, because her testimony is so inconsistent, and then she admits that it sounds inconsistent. So but I don't know that that's going to be the end all to be all.
No, and like I told you yesterday, and everybody says the same thing. I got somebody that said, "Oh my God, we're cooked. That's it. He's going to walk free." And like I told you yesterday, and I've seen cases all the time like this. I mean, not as crazy as this, but I've seen this before. And just because one, they're not going to win every single thing, every single argument, or every single witness is not going to go their way, even if it's a prosecution witness. Sometimes it might go the other way, but that doesn't mean that at the end of the day, the jury is not going to. I told you, this is it's a trail of breadcrumbs. That's how I always describe it. And they are going to take all those little breadcrumbs and put them together at the end. And apparently they're asking questions, and they're very engaged. So apparently they're smart. I think they are gonna get it. They're gonna put it 1-on-1, and they're gonna understand that there's going to be discrepancies. I don't think it's gonna be like a slung dunk. Okay, we didn't do it, and that's it. Move on. So
Mr. Oliver just did a super chat here. So some of these women are still so young. It's a massive pressure. I was 19 when I gave evidence in my best friend's our trial, which RIP. I had to S together though. Yeah.
And it's scary, like I remember seeing so many people that used to come and give testimonies for the police. And some people are like, my mom is scared of the police. My mom sees a cop and like she gets nervous. She starts like shaking. And I'm like, you haven't done anything. Like what? But it's just, that's the way some people are. And I saw that all the time. Some people would come in and they couldn't even speak. They get nervous. They start sweating. They look like they have done something when they haven't done anything. And that's, because some people have, it's like almost like the white coat syndrome, when you go to the doctor and, your blood pressure goes up the roof when you see the doctor. Some people, I call it the blue collar syndrome. because some
Right.
people they just get nervous with the police, and
Yeah.
it's normal. It is completely normal
Oh,
because
I was gonna,
some of them are intimidating.
yeah. I was gonna say, but it, typically, if you've done nothing wrong, right, you're under the impression, well, then like, what's the problem? So I would
Mhm.
say that that comes into the more nominal side, that a lot of people hate the cops because a lot of them, because of them, whether it's they feel like they're cherry picking, that they're
Mhm.
all getting picked on or whatever, or because they've had run-ins with cops and whatever.
Mhm.
Like, the majority is going to be that way versus some that are more fearful. I feel like, meaning the percentage will be way lower than
Mhm.
people that probably don't like cops more because they're they're
They
probably
had a bad experience. Oh yeah, and a lot of them
yeah.
have had a bad experience with cops, and they don't like them. So
I don't understand why my music isn't going off for Streamlabs here. So I'm just gonna have to play one. Hmm. Yeah. It, it's, a, it's a test super chat, but I don't know why it's not going off. Just like when somebody that was going off just fine up until I changed it, but there should be no reason.
mm.
But I've noticed for a long time when somebody subscribes, it's usually the Bad Boys song goes off. Haven't heard shit nor hair of that. So one day I'll figure that out. But anyways, so I was waiting to see because I had only changed it like previously, but nobody had super chatted in the last two lives. So I was waiting for it to go off to see if it actually did work. So obviously not, Miss Dog Lover. So I had to do it for you. Okay, so let's just see here. A lot of trials are two steps forward, one step back, but it's not about winning the battle. It's about winning the war.
Mhm.
Yeah, absolutely. Um, thanks, Ben. Uh, he says, Heather says, I would hope that the jurors will give the witnesses some grace as they saw that killer for seconds, and they will. Any
Mm.
any any decent human will understand that when you're walking about, that it's not like you're purposely wanting to know what this person in front of you looks like, is wearing all these different things, because just like anybody, it's only when you have to, find out that somebody had committed a crime, that all of a sudden this recollection has to come back. So typically when
Mhm.
you look at someone passing by you, you might catch certain couple things. You might catch the fact that he had a blue jacket on, or that he had a hat on and a blue jacket, and again, it's just bits and pieces. I always
Mhm.
remember the Area 51 thing, when they took people to Area 51 of a UFO kind of thing, and they asked them to go back and recollect what they saw. And again, the memory is it's like a blink of an eye. You think you
Mhm.
remember certain things, and then when
But
you're
you
at
don't.
the
Mm.
moment, yeah. Okay, so let's see here. I don't. Are we heading back to? Yes, yes, we are, Gen Z. Yes,
And so many false memories too. Also, they were talking about, I think you guys were talking about before, about, the girls being redressed. I honestly believe that they crossed the creek dressed. I think they were dressed, and I think they even said that they saw watermark in the clothes, which it indicates that that was where the water got, that they had clothes on when they think. So I've been thinking about it. And a lot of people are like, they don't understand why he redressed Abby and Libby's
right,
clothes. And I always say two things. One, I think he always felt remorse
right.
that he killed Abby. And I think he wanted to give a little bit of dignity back. And I know that doesn't make sense, but
No, no,
in the killer world, it does make sense.
it makes sense to me, that one, because that's
Yeah.
my
And I
conclusion.
think when he was probably trying to put her, or he couldn't get the pants on, because
And got
if
hurt.
we know that when somebody passes, it's very hard to get the clothes on, even if it's seconds after passing, because they start bloating. Believe me, I experienced that myself. I had tried to redress people, and it's so hard to do. So that's one. And I think then I was thinking, why would the clothes, Libby's clothes, be in the water?
Well,
And
and Abby,
I'm thinking, and some of Libby's, because I think Libby's shirt was in the water, and I'm thinking to myself, did he taunt maybe Libby? Did he, threw the clothes there, or did he throw the clothes there as a way of like saying, like, keeping more control of her? Could be.
Yeah, like to me, I see all of this being about Libby for the most part. And the
Mm-hmm.
only thing that makes sense in my head is that so Abby, we know, had one stab wound. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So Abby was just like a psh, done,
Yeah, she
you know.
was just. Mm-hmm.
Now Libby was obviously multiple times.
He was
And
upset. He was like, and that's what I always said.
right.
And I always knew she had more than one. So that's what I always said, she was a target, because I've seen it before. I've seen it so many times in my career. I saw that, usually and it's very personal, because I mean, if you want to do, obviously it's something like that, you could get uh, a gun silencer, and you can get away with that. But I think when you're going to do something like that, it's
Mhm.
the rage is personal. So I think that's why I always said it was personal. I think she was the target, and there was something that got him angry. Maybe at the end, maybe he didn't comply. Maybe she didn't comply what he wanted to do. Or maybe he at the end didn't get what he thought he was going to get. And he got angry and he just went away. You know what
Mhm.
I mean?
Yeah.
So that part, I don't think we will ever know. But I think the injuries speak with themselves. And like I always told you, that when you look at crime scene, it's a puzzle, and it will talk to you. Like we get all the, obviously not just one person, because this is teamwork. You get your CSI, you get your forensics, you get, the only thing that worries me, two things worry me: the fact that there's no definite timeline, time of
Yeah.
death.
Yeah.
I don't understand why. My aunt is a pathologist, forensic pathologist, and I called her and I asked her, and I said, and she said, no, that's not very. I mean, usually you can tell by many things, by contents of the stomach, to see the process, the rigor mortis, what stage is it on, because
Mm.
there's several, many things. So it's not just one thing that determines that. Many things they can find, almost guess. Obviously nothing can be 100%, but they can almost guess the best time. And I don't understand why. And the other thing is the fact that he used they couldn't tell that there was, whether it was one knife or two knives or a box cutter.
Oh,
Like, how is
yes.
that possible?
Well, we're going to listen to that testimony too. Um, um, Chevy, though, you say that they didn't cross the water, so they got wet. How then? You think that they dumped like, I'm just being honest here. You think that they dumped a bucket of water on Libby's clothes and Abby's clothes and Libby's hair? You think that they just literally doused them in a bunch of water? I mean, the clothes were still damp, right, when they found the girls. So like, I mean, I'll just say this again: what you're saying is totally opposite in a lot of ways, of like saying that the crime scene photo or the picture at 7 isn't fake, it was fake, and that the girls didn't cross the water and all that stuff. You're going contrary to actual more facts of the case. So that to me kind of comes off more like to the conspiracy side a bit more on that. Again, no calling in today, not today. You went on this multiple rant about stuff about the family and stuff like that, and I just have to keep it precise. But yeah, I honestly, I respect the fact that you have your opinions, but honestly, it's so off of course of what our channel kind of talks about here. Like, right, if you want to say your piece and people and join in and say your piece about what you think happened, that's fine. But on the channel here, like I said, I just want to stick with facts more so, and the media stuff that's come out today and stuff like that. Because you went off on a bit of a whole tangent last time there, and it kind of derailed for a bit. talking about the family and pancakes and lying and stuff like that. No offense, but yeah, I'm just not, my headspace isn't there for that stuff tonight. So getting back, and please take no offense on that. It's just like I said, I just say my piece, not trying to hurt anyone's feelings on
No,
purpose.
and
But
it's okay to disagree. I mean, we can agree to disagree. I mean, you and I have disagreed many times, but I mean, you always have to do it respectfully, and you always have to understand and give space to the person who you're disagreeing and understand where they're coming from, because not everybody's going to think the same, and that's
well,
okay.
right. Well, again, but you know, the thing, and I'm not going to get into this, but the thing about last time is that it ended up being so what
I
if,
heard it. I heard it. I got
right,
hungry with pancakes.
right. And so the point became then, so what are you trying to say? You're saying that Derek's lying, that the family is involved. That's where that's leading to, is that somehow the family is involved and that people are purposely committing these, lies and whatever, but the point is we're here for the evidence that's coming out,
Mhm.
right? Meaning,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, I'm so
And it
sick and
didn't even
tired.
point that way. I think, by Derek's
Yeah,
testimony, it doesn't even point that way. So,
it right. And honestly, like what you're saying is contrary to the more facts, and we really like to stick to the facts that are coming out. And that's either by the victim, like meaning the victim's families, the police, and stuff like that. And it's okay to have theories and stuff like that, but um, again, we've spent too many years with all this bullshit about pictures not being real, that the girls on the bridge words wasn't real, and all that stuff. And at the end of the day, we know that there's inconsistencies in all of the family stories, but that's expected to happen when people are in trauma and they're trying to find someone. But it's a conversation that I don't care to have, to be honest with you, because I'm not at that point. I'm at the point where I just want to hear the evidence that the prosecution has, that the evidence that the defense has, and see what comes out, and see what comes out to be true, knowing that we're not going to hear every bit. Some stuff is suppressed, and in all actuality, this case would turn into a total nightmare if
mhm.
the whole Odin theory was going to come about. I mean, honestly, I mean, it really would have become just an atrocity of a case that it already has been and stuff like that. Anyways, all I want to really do tonight is Alexa's a profiler, criminal profiler. Um, Watch some of the videos going on here, and talk about the things that that are inconsistent, like Sarah Carbonaz, right? She's for the prosecution, but obviously something can't hold weight if you say tan jacket, blue jacket, bloody, or
Mhm.
muddy, 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 muddy. Then in the third interview, say bloody, bloody, bloody 16 times and stuff like that. Then it's not that, then that person's like credibility about anything else really becomes, not credible. But again, knowing full well that the jury is aware, because they, would seem to have brains, on top of
Mhm.
their in their head there, that these think that the people that have seen this guy, and they might have said black, and one might have said blue, because again, they weren't looking to know that they had to memorize this person. And so, yes, there's going to be inconsistencies, but will the timeline show that Richard Allen was there? That in fact, when Richard Allen said he was there from 1:30 to 3:30, that in fact Richard Allen put himself in blue jeans, a blue jacket, and a hat on his head. The fact that he was confessed to this and all that stuff. In fact, the fact that there's a bullet, right? So all that stuff will weigh up to the jury. And again, if if it, we're just here to really watch how the case uh, really comes out and what evidence comes along with it. Like I said, Derek German, he was already on the stand. He basically said his piece. That's all that they required of him. You
And
know,
it's almost like the car also. I mean, like, but even in the inconsistencies that we heard, we always can say the jacket, it's always been a dark color. Nobody has said, hey, he was wearing a pink color. So you know what I mean? So in those inconsistencies, they have been consistent that it was a dark color jacket. Whether it's blue, black, I mean, how many of us can tell a black sweater from a blue sweater? Same thing with the car. Even though they screwed up the brand of the car, they all agree with the same thing. It was a dark color car. Nobody said, hey, I saw a red car.
And
or
they
I
drew
saw a
it in
white
the same
car.
position. So the if out of anything with that car, so they drew the car in the same position. Even though the one thought it was more like, okay, the one guy, whatever his name was, Whirler or whatever, he said that it looked like was it a small SUV? Or but he said it was like a dark car type of thing, right? Bottom line is 14 minutes later, what's her face? Who's the one that's seen the car? Betsy Blair.
Let's see. Then the other one said that it looks like a smart
Right.
car, a small
Yeah, like a
compact
smart,
car.
yeah, that's what
Again,
it was.
small.
Right. And if you kind of look at the Ford Focus, I could see why someone might say that, to be honest with you. But the bottom line is, so it will all boil down to 14 minutes after Betsy saw, then another completely random person sees this vehicle. Even though they might have said it looked different, they still on paper showed the same positioning, right, to this car. So obviously that's going to make somewhat sense because they're still seeing a dark vehicle and they're showing the position of the vehicle the same way. So that's going to account. And bottom line is they're going to see Richard Allen's car arrive at that time and, on the camera or whatever. But the thing that they're not going to see is Richard Allen's car's leaving because he obviously went the opposite way of the cameras that time. But they're going to try to basically say that, well, there was something I was reading yesterday and I'd have to read it again. But anyways, bottom line is they're going to try to act like, well, I mean, this car didn't look like Richard Allen. You got these people saying this and, at 215 and 228. And that's a totally different car than Richard Allen's car.
And that's going to be their job to do, to try to, to throw that away. So now, do you think they're going to allow the odinist theory to come in?
Absolutely not.
No.
Nope.
I find it interesting. I found it like it's almost like they were trying to, it's almost like the tactic that they were using didn't work out, and now they're like, oh crap, this doesn't work out, so we cannot do the timeline. So whoops, let's go back to Odinism.
Yeah, their whole bullshit, because that's all it is. It's really bullshit. Their whole bullshit is that about the sticks, right? About the sticks being placed. And nobody seems to really know why the sticks were placed that way. Was it to camouflage them? Was it from some Odinistic angle and stuff like that? And the reason why, of course, they're trying to bring this back in, because now they have this working theory that the girls were taken and then placed back there. Again, it's moronic to think that girls that are got wet clothes on, when they're found, their clothes are wet. Libby's hair is wet. Even if it's dry, it's slicked back from when somebody is in the water. And at the end of the day, you're not going to create the blood splatter tree and bring them back and start killing them at 4 o'clock in the morning and then start placing them there. It's ridiculous and absurd.
Most of the cases that I've done that they were like this similar, that they were like kidnapped, they were taken, they're usually unalive somewhere else and they're thrown at a third location. They never, ever that I've seen, or I was talking to people, never will be brought back to the same place. Except the mafia. The mafia, like the mobs, that works differently because then they want to send a message and then they bring, that's a little different. But the regular cases, no. You are not going to kidnap somebody, unalive it somewhere else and then bring it back to that place where that people are looking for them.
The thing is
No,
that
it makes no sense.
But the thing is, Alexa, that it couldn't make sense anyway, because at the end of the day, still, right? Because they can't unalive them when there's a whole cesspool of blood in different spots, plus the splatter tree. That means that they would have had to have been brought back alive for all of that rest of that to happen. happen, and it's ridiculous. And that phone, I'll tell you, that phone, the only person that could have turned on that phone would have been the killer at 4:33. But is that likely that that happened, or is it more
But
likely that
also,
the
I was
phone,
thinking also, I mean, we cannot, and I was talking to somebody that knows technology. Could it also be that maybe the phone was doing a, you know how you sometimes they have those things, what are they called? You know, when like when your mobile has to what is that thing called? Hold on one second.
reconnect? Your mobile has to what? Um, mhm. Yeah,
Thank you.
nope.
My husband just came down. Yeah, when the phone does updates. So you
Oh,
know
it
when
does
your
updates. Yeah,
phone has an update, that it has a schedule update.
right.
And sometimes most of my updates are done at like 3 o'clock in the morning, like at 3 a.m. And sometimes actually the light wakes
Oh,
me up because the
absolutely.
phone restarts. So I can see the light going on, and and the mobile is actually turning on,
Yeah,
even though I had it off.
that's a
So could
good
have been a
point.
download,
That's a
an
good
update.
point
Yeah, I
because
never thought about it until
my
today,
phone
because I was like, wait a
updates.
second, it could be an update, because
Yeah,
that's happened to me so many times that the light from my mobile turning back on wakes
yeah.
me up.
That is a good point because my updates will happen at about 3 something in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, depending on how big the update is,
Mm-hmm.
depends. Now, per Cecil, the phone was not turned off nor on. Well, I think Cecil's a bubblehead, to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
After reading his testimony, like, I don't know why, but I was like, Cecil, are you, like, seriously, are you like a joker? Are you an idiot? Because it's kind of like someone that goes, I'm a psychic and I'm gonna 50% tell you this and 50% tell you that, and let the chips fall where they may. If I'm accurate to this, then so great. If I'm not, but that's how it came across with Cecil to me. Am I wrong? I don't know. He didn't seem like he knew shit. It was like, dude, really? So they're bringing you up to be the person to talk about it? Ugh. Anyways, it just came across like the guy didn't know fucktard about anything.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. So, anyways, um, so to me, that phone either because of the location turned off, but right because obviously at 5:33 or something like that, right? Who knows whatever mode it went into or whatever, but it's not in a great location there. Perhaps it did come back on because of updates, but there's no way to me that that phone left that crime scene there. It doesn't make sense. There's and then so this is where the defense is trying to pull out the Odinism
So
shit.
then why leave the phone? If the killer had the phone, why not take it?
Right?
Why
Why
leave the
the
phone?
fuck would you leave? Sorry, why
Or
my
just
line?
throw it in the water. I would have thrown it in
Right.
the water.
You're not going to leave the goddamn ass phone there,
No.
right? This phone that has freaking a video of him on it, right? Now, obviously, if there's a passcode, right, to get in, but no one's going to be like, here, let me just nicely place this phone underneath the leg, so the
Mhm.
cops can, oh shit. Like, you're going to take that phone, you're going to hide it, you're going to freaking break it, crack it, you're going to destroy it, you're going to put it in a place that you think that nobody can find it. And now that we're talking about phones, so funny, of course, right? Just coincidence? I think not. Just coincidence that Richard Allen has 23 phones, but the
And the
one phone,
2017 is missing.
yeah, but the one from 2017 is missing out of all. Well, golly gee on that. You know,
Isn't that ironic?
can't find that data to prove that he was staring at the fish and that he was there longer than what he said. Why can't they find that, Richard Allen? Because along with the bullet between the girls, along with you confessing to being there, along with the fact of you saying that you have the same clothes, along with your
Mhm.
confessions that you're gonna incriminate your own ass because of those confessions. Gee, so fancy that out of all those phones. And as for the knives, Alexa, they actually couldn't tell if they were actually two different types of knives being used on the girls.
Mhm.
Like they couldn't even determine like if it was 3 knives, 4 knives,
That
if it
that
was one
that
knife.
that honestly drives me crazy, because that's the very important thing.
No,
And I don't understand why wouldn't they be able to tell? I mean, usually with the lacerations, I mean, I'm not a CSI, but I work along CSI, and I know that sometimes they do, they even do casts, and they, to see whether it's serrated, whether it's a serrated knife, whether it's, it's a plain, what type of a blade it is. So I don't understand why they're not able to do it. Unless maybe it was a knife that could have both, could be serrated, and it can also have, a plain, without any could be it too.
But but it's just when the totality is always the word to be used. When you have the totality, like, oops, all these phones, 23, but that one phone, that one phone that you need to prove that you weren't there at that time is missing out of 23 phones. And you probably have phones from 2012, 14, 16, oops, 17, nope, 18, 20, whatever.
And also, even if you said that you were there, since you said you were there, so you knew that there was a crime committed there, wouldn't you keep it just in case, to say, hey, just in case they come back for me, I'll be like, hey, because sometimes I do that, like if I know that something happened, you keep that because you say, hey, you don't know if they're going to ask me for it.
Yeah.
So why the 2017 disappear?
Right. Well, wouldn't that be the cat's ass if the Ellie went to his home and dug that up in that box and whatever and shit, and found any of that clothing, or found fucking his phone in the box, and then prosecution's like, surprise, remember that phone?
Yeah. But I mean, I truly always believe that, I think the girls kept the phone from him. I think Libby had the mobile with her. She did the recording, and I think when somehow they traded, like she gave it to Abby,
Yeah.
and Abby protected it. It's to me, it's almost like a bird, protecting her eggs, like the nesting, the way that it was found, like, underneath her. That means, that she didn't want it to be seen.
Alexa, I am so dying that I need to go to the washroom so bad that you keep talking for a second to the chat, unless you want me to play the video out a little bit more.
No, I mean, whatever you want. I mean, I have to go in a few minutes.
Okay, I'll just let me play the video out for another minute here.
Okay.
Remember, the girls were out there. They were posting pictures on Snapchat. They posted several pictures. The last one they posted was of Libby walking across the bridge. You may have seen it sort of floating around there on the internet. For some reason, the digital forensics expert could not find that picture on Libby's cell phone, adding a little bit of mystery to all of this. They also revealed that they seized 23 devices from Richard Allen's home. All of those devices were tested, and the expert testified that there was no data on any of those devices that tied him to Abby Williams or Libby German or to the murders of the girls. However, an important note on that is that they did not test the device because he didn't have it, the cell phone that he actually had in 2017. The day kicked off, though, with more eyewitness testimony. Remember, we heard some yesterday. This was from a woman who was driving along the road near the trail, who says that she saw a bridge guy walking along the road. She described him to investigators as muddy and bloody. This was a very contentious eyewitness testimony, because when defense attorney Andrew Baldwin got up to question her, he pointed out that in her first two statements to police, in the first two interviews she did with police, she'd never said bloody. She did not describe the man as being bloody. She only described him as being muddy. She claims that she said it in the second interview, but then admitted that the video of that interview was, quote, missing. There's no explanation for that. She did do a third interview with police where it is recorded in the transcripts that she called him bloody, but in that third interview, she did not describe him as muddy. And then and more heartbreaking stuff about around midday was when the forensic pathologist who did the autopsies on Abby and Libby testified. The autopsy photos were shown in the courtroom. Of course, very disturbing. Just like the crime scene photos we saw in recent days, you could see some of the jurors not even wanting to look at the photos. They kept looking down, would glance up for a moment, but then would kept looking down. The important notes from that testimony from the forensic pathologist is that they cannot determine when the girls were killed. There's no time of death, no determination on that. I will say, from seeing the photos, or Abby, I should say, only had one slit on her throat, while Libby had 3 very large gashes on her throat. The big things to come out also was that they cannot tell what kind of weapon made those slashes, and they cannot tell how many weapons were used to make those slashes. There was some disagreement on whether or not the knife used on Libby specifically was a serrated knife, while the one on Abby was smooth. But again, the forensic pathologist could not testify to what type of knives, or I should say weapons, were used and how many weapons were used, drawing quite a bit more doubt on some of the findings. The other thing is there was no really any major DNA findings on their bodies that we heard of today. Sexual assault kits were also done on the girls. That did not really turn up anything. The forensic pathologist said there was no signs of any major sexual trauma. So quite a bit of testimony. Another day of learning quite a few things that we didn't know. Of course, court, we should do that tomorrow as well. Court picks back up tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Bob and Chelsea.
Well, Max, very quickly, there were some questions that were raised in each one of those instances that you brought up. Questions about the murder weapon, questions about the timeline from the cell phone,
Right.
and also questions about that witness testimony, correct?
Yes, there were quite a few questions. I mean, the defense, really pointed out the inconsistencies in the statement from the eyewitness, which is the same thing we saw yesterday. Not a single eyewitness who saw Bridge Guy on the trail that day or near the trail that day really had a solid description that was maintained throughout the years. The big questions on the murder weapon obviously came when they were asking. The forensic pathologist in his initial report said that he believed it was a serrated knife that was used on Libby, but then he has now changed that and said he cannot say exactly what type of weapon that was. So that was a big question. And then on the forensics, the big questions were about mostly Richard Allen's devices and the ones that they were seized from his home. 23 devices altogether. Again, defense attorney Jennifer Auger went through the list. Did any of these connect to Abby Williams? No. Did any of them connect Richard Allen to Liberty German? No. Did any of these devices connect Richard Allen to the murders of Abby and Libby? The answer was no.
And I think a lot of jurors probably asking that question of, if we don't have a definitive timeline of when these girls died, how can we pin the case to the man who the state is saying did this crime?
And in fairness, much more testimony to come.
Bottom line there is yes, lots more testimony to come. A big, huge deal will be the confessions, right, Alexa? So as you heard there, right, you go from saying serrated to that he doesn't know exactly. There's no time of death. So does it create a crutch somewhat? Obviously, right, in certain ways, especially the timing of death would have been, one of those crucial things. Like if they, definitely, right, they would have said something like between, say, 2 to 4, something like that, given some sort of timeline in there. So that kind of sucks that we were all kind of expecting somewhat of a time of death, which typically happens, that we kind of know.
I mean, that's shocking, but I mean, it is what it is.
Nothing shocking with this case, though, at the end of the day,
No,
right?
I think I was telling somebody that, I mean, like, once again, the twists and turns that, nothing surprises me with this case anymore. The only thing that would surprise me is, if an alien shows up in court.
Yeah. Adam.
That would be like the only thing.
Hold on. Okay,
me.
so you can't use that term then.
Jesus Lord, this case really, when you think you're going like one way, you definitely go the other way.
Yeah, I know. And like I said, I'm just gonna, again, it's not because I want Richard Allen to be guilty because you just want to pin it on somebody. It's about I
think it's because we believe he's guilty. I think we've seen enough, and that he had done it. But if he didn't do it, they can prove And we would,
Well,
I mean, I would be willing to eat all my words, but I guarantee you that I won't eat my words.
yeah. But you know what, to me, honestly, one of the biggest jokes of a sentence that I hear is innocent until proven guilty.
Yeah.
It is absolutely not the case. The reason why someone is arrested is because there's
Yeah.
probable cause to arrest that person because
Mhm.
of whatever. So it truly isn't in, and I remember watching lawyers, I think, talk about this whole wording of innocent until proven guilty.
Mhm.
And people always say that innocent until proven guilty, innocent. But the thing is that it's the evidence against you is why they're arresting somebody. And yes, you're innocent until you're proven guilty in a court of law.
Well,
But it's
yeah.
not just innocent until
Yeah.
proven guilty.
I
You're
always
arrested.
have the
Yeah,
European mentality on that, you know, you're guilty. You have to
yeah,
prove your innocence. You don't have to prove
yeah,
that you're guilty. You have to prove that you're innocent.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Because over there, they put you in jail, and you have to prove that you're innocent to get out. In the U.S. and Canada, it's backwards. So
yeah, yeah, yeah.
it's
Uh,
crazy how they
Well,
do it. But
and
anyway,
what I was going to say too about this was that, we have 5 years. Well, we have more than 5 years
yeah.
of pure sloppiness from the LE side of things with this case. So we have 5 years of potential blood that could have been found if in Richard Allen's case had things gone accordingly, but they haven't, right? So 5 years for Richard Allen to destroy things, clean the vehicle, sell the vehicle, do this,
Mhm.
do that, like 5 years, yeah, right now. They said that they found searching. Now, this is what I was curious about this, and Ben or anybody in chat, maybe you can answer this one. But they said on one of Richard Allen's phones or something like that, that they found the searching of the girls, but never that there was communication of any sort, just searching. So my question in my head is, I didn't see anything that was a timeline. So was it him searching after the fact or before the fact of I'm gonna, if I had to guess, I'm gonna say after the fact.
Not sure. Yeah, that reminds me. I think GP asked the question before, and I just remember because you switch and then we started talking about something else. That
Trying it.
she said something along the lines that if I thought that maybe Richard Allen was having a conversation with Libby the night before, is it possible? Maybe. We don't know. I mean, this is how I always thought. I always thought that he knew that they were going to be there. I mean,
Right.
did he
That's what we
stalk them?
always,
Can we
right.
prove that he stalked them? I don't even know if we can prove that. Maybe did he had seen Libby somewhere else and he
Hmm.
got infatuated? Whatever. I don't know. I always thought this is where KK came in. And
Right,
this is where
exactly.
I always thought that KK was the one who lured the girls there, and RA knew that they were going to be there, and that's how it happened.
Yeah,
Obviously, Ellie said no, KK has nothing to do with this. This is just one of those coincidences that in my field we really don't have. But hey, there's one more in here, but he's just a red herring, nothing happens.
right.
And
I
we go
know.
back to the drawing board, and I mean, could he be? I don't know. It could have been possible, yes, but I mean, they didn't find anything in their mobiles. Now again, could have been through Snapchat, and maybe I don't know Snapchat well enough. I know that they don't save, so I don't know.
Right. I
I
know.
don't know what to tell you, but I always think that he knew that they were going to be there. He knew at least Libby was going to be there. That's my thought, and nobody would change my mind on that.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, I was totally convinced about that. And I couldn't believe it when Aspen kept saying that, well, because Aspen, he would just keep saying that maybe it's one of those things where it just coincidentally happened. And that, like that, yes, he was talking or message Libby, but it really had nothing to do with the murders. And I'm like, Adam, no way in fucking
I mean,
hell.
yeah, I mean, what are the chances that a girl that is murdered
Right.
is approached
Right.
by two bad people on this? I mean, what are the chances of that happening? But it
Well,
could be. I mean, it could happen. We
It
don't know.
could, but what's the chances that someone changes their Facebook so that they're in Las Vegas? Why did he start looking up about how long DNA lasts and this and
I
that?
know.
Like it's all
It's
those different
crazy.
things. So nobody could have told me before that there was only one person involved. But I've had to switch gears and think, okay, so if it is just this, 5'5", 5'4" little dude,
No, I think the unaliving was always all right, but I think the alluring was the part that I always like. Maybe it was somebody else that allured them there, that he knew that they were going to be there, but who knows? I
yeah,
mean,
but the thing that always counters that is knowing what Becky and Kelsey had said. The thing is that there was nothing that they said that would make it seem like everything seemed like this was a last minute decision, that it was because Kelsey had said that she had asked something about shopping first. And so they asked Kelsey, well, hey, do you want to go to the bridge? But meaning it's like they were doing these other things and then they were
I agree, but at the same time, we all have been young and we have been manipulators that we can know how to manipulate. I mean, what are the chances that the girls slept in late, but they woke up early? I mean, usually they sleep in late and they woke up really late. So I mean, that's one thing. And how many of us have done that? That we tell somebody, hey, I want to do this A, but I really want to do B, and they're like, oh, okay, I'll go and do B instead.
yeah, but
I mean, that doesn't mean
well, again, we have to still remember that Kelsey was asked to go, and not only was Kelsey asked to go, but what's his name again? The what's his name?
yeah.
The
So
boy.
that means that was the plan, that they always wanted to go to the bridge.
Well, yeah, but they were gonna go with one of the what's his name, you guys? The
Yeah,
boy's name?
yeah, but that was the plan, that they were going to go to. The thing is, the girls wanted to go to the bridge, and that was their thing. They wanted to go to the
Right.
bridge.
Which was kind of known the night before.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. If
Right.
he somewhere somehow did the girls post it,
Right.
did the girls tell somebody, and this is how he knew that they were going to be there around that time?
Yeah.
We never know. Maybe we will. Maybe we'll not. But anyways, I hate to do this, but I gotta get
No, no, no.
going. I
That's
still have
fine.
to do some stuff for school for the kids.
Yeah, no,
So
no, no. That's fine.
I'm sorry I couldn't see the
No,
chat.
no, no.
Thank
Because
you very much.
tomorrow,
And I definitely will see you guys on Friday
Friday, Friday,
and
Friday.
see
Yeah,
how tomorrow goes. We'll keep posted.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, love you.
Okay. Thank you. Same. Have a good night. Good night,
Yeah,
everybody.
you
Stay
too.
safe. Bye bye.
Okay. So, I'm just gonna go back to let's see here. I wanna go what do I want to do first? Let's go to the PCA. Okay, and because it's already off of one of my lives and Deborah Aspen, I think we're all kind of reading it at this point. But I'm just gonna play that. Wait, where'd it go? Come on. Come on. Okay. And we'll all listen to it again, okay? Oh, I'm not playing it.
Victim 1 and Victim 2 encountered a male subject on the southeast portion of the Monon High Bridge. The male ordered the guys down the hill. No witnesses saw them after this time. No outgoing communications were found
Remember,
on
this
Victim
is a
2's phone
old
after this
live of
time.
yours.
Their bodies were discovered on February 14th, 2017. The video recovered from Victim 2's phone shows Victim 1 walking southeast on the Monon High Bridge while a man's subject wearing a dark jacket and jeans walks behind her. As the male subject approaches Victim 1 and 2, one of the victims mentions gun. Near the end of the video, a male is seen and heard telling the girls, guys, down the hill. The girls then begin to proceed down the hill and the video ends. A still photograph taken from the video and the guys down the hill audio was subsequently released to the public to assist investigators in identifying the male. Victim 1 and Victim 2's deaths were ruled as homicides. Clothes were found in the Deer Creek belonging to Victims 1 and Victim 2. south of where their bodies were located. There was also a .40 caliber unspent round less than 2 feet away from victim 2's body between victim 1 and victim 2. The round was unspent and had extraction marks on it. Interviews were conducted with 3 juvenile witnesses, RV, BW, and AS. They advised they were on the Monon High Bridge on February 13th, 2017. They advised they were walking the trail toward the Freedom Bridge to home when they encountered a male walking from Freedom Bridge toward the Monon High Bridge. AS described the male as kind of creepy and advised he was wearing a light blue jeans, a really light blue jacket, and his hair was gray, maybe a little brown, and he did not really show his face. She advised that the jacket was a duck canvas type jacket. RV advised that she said hi to the male, but he just glared at her. She recalled him being in all black and had something covering his mouth. She described him as not very tall with a bigger build. She said he was not bigger than 5'10". RV advised he was wearing a black hoodie, black jeans, and black boots. She states he had his hands in his pockets. BW showed investigators photographs she took on her phone while she was on the trail that day. The photographs included a photo of the Monon High Bridge taken at 12:43 p.m. and another one taken at 1:26 p.m. of the bench east of the Freedom Bridge. BW advised after she took the photo of the bench, they started walking back towards the Freedom Bridge. She advised that when she encountered the male who matched the description of the photograph taken from victim 2's video, BW described the man she encountered on the trail as wearing a blue or black windbreaker jacket. She advised the jacket had a collar and he had his hood up from the clothing underneath his jacket. She advised he was wearing baggy jeans and was taller than her. She advised her head came up to approximately his shoulder. She advised RV said hi to the man and he said nothing back. She stated he was walking with purpose, like he knew where he was going. She stated he had his hands in his pockets and kept his head down. She advised she did not get a good look at his face, but believed him to be a white male. The girls advised after encountering the male, they continued their walk across the Freedom Bridge and the old Railroad Bridge 25. Investigators spoke with Betsy Blair, who advised she was on the trails on February 13th, 2017. Video from, does anyone else want to read? I'm getting tired. Video from the Hoosier Harvest Store shows Betsy's vehicle traveling east.
Quickly on that one. Just point that out. So obviously, okay, our A's car, we're going to be like, they're going to show when his car arrived because it passed the Harvester, or whatever cameras, right? Okay. So regardless, the girls are inconsistent but consistent still in a lot of things because it's like I said, you visually see some things on the person, whatever. But bottom line is the same idea. The hands are in the pockets. We know that the BG's hands are in his pockets as he's crossing the bridge. So of course, when you have these 3 girls that see the BG, so that timing that they see the BG, right, is going to wrap around to, of course, the timing that his car gets there. And that same person at 2:13 with their hands in their pockets, walking across the bridge with the same hands in the pocket that they saw when they were heading to Freedom Bridge, and he was coming from, he was coming from Freedom Bridge, and they were going to it. So that's it. Like I said, that's all going to play that part in there about RA's arrival there, plus his own ass testimony that the defense is going to try to break down and say that he wasn't there. So if his car gets there at whatever time it was, 1:20 something, right? And then he starts walking within that time frame, those 3 girls, I think it was 4, but whatever, 3 girls see him, then obviously that all plays within that whole timeline of what are the chances that in that same time frame, 3 girls see a guy with a blue jacket, black jacket, whatever, with his hands in his pockets, and on the bridge they have a guy in the blue jacket, blue jeans, with his hands in his pocket. Those little things will play into that. So again, and the defense is going to try to tear down the time, but if that same person is at the same timing that his car parked and then goes to the bridge, because remember, he arrived there 21 minutes exactly before the girls were dropped off, which I believe was at 147 or 149 on there. But anyways, just pointing that out, right? The hands in the pocket dude that's crossing the bridge at 2 freaking 13 when the video is recorded, and he claims that he left there at 2:15. Yeah, right. Same person with hands in their pockets. Not likely. Wearing the same clothes that he put himself there at the bridge with. Yeah, so it's stuff like that that's still going to play a factor altogether.
Eastbound at 1:46 p.m.
Yeah.
Okay, can we
Yep.
stop right there for a second?
Yeah.
Yep.
So BW is the one that said she came up to about his chest or whatever.
Yeah.
Is that right? And is BW the youngest?
No, hold on.
I'm trying to think.
No, that's like this is what I'm saying, Chevy. You got to get your facts straight. Nobody in the courtroom who's seen the video yesterday seen anybody in the video that stated, admitted, or altering the video or altering the sound. So nobody in the courtroom who's seen the video yesterday. Seen anyone in the video? That's a lie. They did see someone in the video, but the LE had to enhance that video in order to even bring that person out, because in the video that they saw, they did see a person, right? It was a very short period of time, hence why we only got about a second and a half of the BG, is because he was a little blurb behind them, and then they had to enhance it. So, like I said, so that it had to be cleaned up. We know it had to be cleaned up. They've already said that they had to clean up. We always knew that the audio and that was spliced together, because you could barely hear him saying guys down the hill and stuff like that. But again, it's not that he was not in the video. If you're listening to podcasters that are saying that, that has nothing to do absolutely with the truth of what's in that video, which was, yes, it was at a far distance. It looked like a little miniature munchkin way back there, and they had to blow it up and bring it in closer just to bring the public the person that they were trying to find that had something to do with the girl's deaths on there. Okay.
RV's younger sister's younger, or I'm not sure, to be honest.
There was one sister, I believe, that was 11.
That would be RV's sister then. So that would be the
one describing her coming up to his chest.
let me think here.
I can't scroll back, so I don't.
I'm not sure what they're
Yeah, BW is the one that said she came up to his chest
Okay.
or shoulder.
Okay. And what I'm trying to establish is that that's the 11-year-old.
I think it is. Now that I read.
All right. So it would make sense that an 11-year-old would be much shorter, and that she would come up to his chest. Okay.
Right.
All right. I just don't want people getting confused and thinking that this guy was like 6 foot tall or something.
Right.
yeah. I'll read a couple and then Deb can read a couple on there.
All
Let's
right.
see here. Okay. So let's see, 146 towards the end across from Muir's farm. Betsy advised she saw 4 juvenile females walking on the bridge over Old State Road 25 as she was driving underneath on her way to the park. Betsy advised that there were no other cars parked across from the Muir's farm when she parked. She advised she walked to the Monan High Bridge and observed a male watching the one from victim two. What? Oh, I said watching. Observed a male matching. Sorry, the one from victim two's video. She described the male she saw as a white male wearing blue jeans and a blue jean jacket. She advised he was standing on the first platform of the Monan High. I'm just going to say MHB, approximately 50 feet from her. She advised she turned around at the bridge and continued her walk. She advised approximately halfway between the bridge and the parking area across from Muir's farm, she passed 2 girls walking towards MHB. She advised she believed the girls were victim 1 and victim 2. Video from the Hoosier Harb store shows at 1:49 that a white car matching Kelsey German's which is traveling away from the entrance from the Mears farm. Betsy advised she finished her walk and saw no other males on the bridge. Her vehicle is seen at the Hoosier store at 2:14, leaving westbound from the trails. Betsy advised when she was leaving, she noted a vehicle was parked in an odd manner at the old Child Protective Services building. She said it was not odd for vehicles to be parked there, but noticed it was odd because of the manner it was parked, which was backed in near the building. Investigators received a tip from Terry Wilson in which he stated he was on his way to Delphi on State Road 25 around 2:10 p.m. Did we see that name before? I don't think so. Doesn't look familiar. Did we?
Which name?
Terry Wilson? Was that in the first? I
No.
don't recall it. Yeah. In which he stated he was on his way to the Delphi State Road 25 at 2:10 p.m. on February 13th of 2017. He observed a PT Cruiser or a small SUV type vehicle parked on the south side of the old CPS building. He stated it appeared as though it was backed in as to conceal the license plate of the vehicle. Betsy, why is it that it's bugging me? Because you said that Kagan Klein's grandma has a purple PT Cruiser as well. Like, what's the chances?
Yeah.
But anyways, this is so weird. He stated it appeared though it was backed in as to conceal the license plate of the vehicle. Betsy and Terry both drew diagrams of where they saw the vehicle parked, and their diagrams generally matched as to the area the vehicle was parked. I think this is new. I don't remember reading this, but maybe I'm wrong.
No.
In which it was parked. Oh yeah, I think this definitely is new. Who's Wesley McWhirter? Wesley McWhirter advised he remembered seeing a small dark colored car parked at the old CPS building. He described it as possibly being a smart car. McWhirter's vehicle was seen leaving at 2:28 p.m. from the Hoosier Harb Store video. Investigators spoke to Sara Carbaugh, who stated that she was traveling east on 300 on February 13th.
Bloody.
They got the date wrong there, 2022, and observed 2017, obviously, and observed a male subject walking west on the north side of 300 North from the MHB. Sara advised that the male subject was wearing a blue-colored jacket, blue jeans, and was muddy and bloody. I hope so, Sara.
I'm going to stop you for 1 second.
Sure.
Because
Sure.
something I just was thinking about when I was reading those juvenile. But again, we've always been under the understanding that there were two sisters among the juveniles. The juvenile RV, her sister is not listed as one of the witnesses.
Say that again.
The sisters we always have heard were two of the juvenile witnesses. The younger sister is not listed on here.
Okay. Okay, that's good to know because I wanted to try to figure that out. All right.
Okay.
Sorry.
Sara advised that the male subject was wearing a blue-colored jacket and blue jeans that was muddy and bloody. She further stated it appeared that he had gotten into a fight. Investigators were able to determine from watching the video from the HH store that Sara was traveling on CR 300 North approximately 3:57 p.m. Through interviews, electronic data, photographs, and video from the HH store, investigators determined that there were other people on the trail that day at 2:13 p.m. Those people were interviewed, and none of these individuals encountered the male subject referenced above, witnessed by the juveniles Betsy Blair, Sara Carbaugh. Further, none of the individuals witnessed victim 1 and victim 2. Investigators reviewing prior tips encountered a tip narrative from an officer who interviewed Richard M. Allen in 2017. That narrative stated Mr. Allen was on the trail between 1:30 to 3:30. Is that right? Yeah, 3:30. He parked at the Old Farm Bureau and walked to the New Freedom Bridge. While at the Freedom Bridge, he saw 3 females. He noted one was taller and had brown or black hair. He did not remember the description, nor did he speak with them. He walked from the Freedom Bridge to the High Bridge. He did not see anybody, although he stated he was watching a stock ticker on his phone as he walked. He stated, he stated that the vehicles were parked at the High Bridge Trail. Let's see. However, he did not pay attention to them. He did not take any photos or videos. His cell phone did not list any IME but did have the following. There you go, metadata, and then potential
Yeah.
follow-up information. Who
Good night,
were
Jen.
the 3 girls walking in the area of Freedom Bridge?
Yeah, be nice.
Go ahead, Deb. You can go from there where it says
Okay.
investigators.
Investigators believe Mr. Allen was referring to the former Child Protective Services building, as there was not a Farm Bureau building in that area, nor had there been. Investigators believe the females he saw included RV, BW, and AS due to the time they were leaving the trail, the time he reported getting to the trail, and the description of the 3 females that were given. Investigators discovered Richard Allen owned 2 vehicles in 2017. A 2016 black Ford Focus and a 2006 gray Ford 500. Investigators observed a vehicle that resembled Allen's 2016 Ford Focus on the Hoosier Harvest video at 1:27 p.m. traveling westbound on County Road 300 North in front of the Hoosier Harvest, which coincides with the statement that he arrived at 1:30 p.m. at the trails. Investigators note witnesses described the vehicle parked at the former Child Protective Services building as a PT Cruiser, a small SUV, or smart car. Investigators believe those descriptions are similar in nature to 2016 Ford Focus. On October 13, 2022, Richard Allen was interviewed again by investigators. He advised he was on the trails on February 13, 2017. He stated he saw juvenile girls on the trails east of the Freedom Bridge and that he went onto the Monon High Bridge. Richard Allen further stated he went out to the Monon High Bridge to watch the fish. Later in his statement, he said he walked out to the first platform on the bridge. He stated he then walked back, sat on a bench on the trail, and then left. He stated he parked his car on the side of the building. He told investigators that he was wearing blue jeans and a blue or black Carhartt jacket with a hood. He advised he may have been wearing some type of head covering as well. He further claimed he saw no one else except for the juvenile girls he saw east of the Freedom Bridge. He told investigators that he owns firearms and that they are at his home. Richard M. Allen's wife, Kathy Allen, also spoke to investigators. She confirmed that Richard did have guns and knives at the residence. She also stated that Richard still owns a blue Carhartt jacket. On October 13, 2022, investigators executed a search warrant of Richard Allen's residence at 1967 North Whiteman Drive in Delphi, Carroll County, Indiana. Among other items, officers located jackets, boots, knives, firearms, including a Sig Sauer Model P226, a 40 caliber pistol, and a serial number U625627. Between October 14th and 2022 and October 19th, 2022, the Indiana State Police Laboratory performed an analysis of Allen's Sig Sauer Model P226. The laboratory performed a physical examination and classification of the firearm, function test, barrel, and overall length measurement, test firing ammunition, component characterization, microscopic comparison, and NIBIN. The laboratory determined the unspent round located within 2 feet of the victim's 2 bodies had been cycled through Richard Allen's Sig Sauer P26. The laboratory performed an analysis. Okay, I'm lost now.
Me too. That's because I'm lost.
Just hold it. Okay. I don't know where you went.
I didn't move much.
Okay.
You said the laboratory performed a physical examination.
Right here. You were right here.
Within 2 feet of victim whose body, you said, cycled through.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right here, Deb.
Okay. The overall length measurement, okay, I've done. The laboratory determined the unspent round located within the 2 feet of the victim's bodies had been cycled through Richard Allen's Sig Sauer P226. The laboratory remarked, an identification opinion is reached when the evidence exhibits an agreement of class characteristics and sufficient agreement of individual marks.
Okay, I need to go get a drink because I'm just dying. So whoever keeps gonna put myself
Right.
on mute.
I'll read for a minute.
Okay.
Sufficient agreement is related to the significant duplication of random serrated impressed marks as evidenced by the correspondence of a pattern or a combination of patterns of surface contours. The interpretation of identification is subjective in nature and based on relevant scientific research and the reporting examiner's training and experience. Investigators then run the firearm and round, found that the firearm was purchased by Richard Allen in 2001. Richard Allen voluntarily came to the Indiana State Police Post on October 26, 2022. He spoke with investigators and stated that he never allowed anyone to use or borrow his Sig Sauer Model 226 firearm. When asked about the unspent bullet, he did not have an explanation of why the bullet was found between the bodies of victim 1 and victim 2. He again admitted he was on the trail but denied knowing victim 1 or victim 2 and denied any involvement in the murder. Carroll County Sheriff's Department Tony Liggett has been part of the investigation since it started in 2017. He has had the opportunity to review and examine evidence in this investigation. Detective Liggett, along with other investigators, believe the evidence gathered shows that Richard Allen is the male subject seen on the video from victim 2's phone, who forced the victims down the hill. Further, that the victims were forced down the hill by Richard Allen and led to the location where they were murdered. Through the statements and photographs of the juvenile females and the statement of Betsy Blair, RV, BW, and AS were at the southeast edge of the trail at 1243 east of the Freedom Bridge at 126 and walked towards the former railroad overpass over Old State 25 after 126 and before 146. They walked the entirety of the trail and observed only one person, an adult male. Betsy Blair's vehicle is seen on Hoosier Harvest Store video at 146 and leaving at 2:14 p.m. And she stated she only saw one adult male. RV, BW, and AS and Betsy Blair described the male in similar manners, wearing similar clothing, leading investigators to believe all four saw the same male individual. Investigators believe the male observed by Betsy Blair, RV, BW, and AS is the same man depicted in the video from victim 2's phone due to the description of the male by the four females matching the male in the video. Furthermore, victim 2's video was taken at 2:13 p.m. and Betsy Blair only saw one male that was on the trails from approximately 146 until 2:14. Investigators believe Richard M. Allen was the male seen by Betsy Blair, RV, BW, and AS, and the male seen in victim 2's video. Richard Allen told investigators he was on the trail from 1:30 to 3:30 on that day. Video from the Hoosier Harvest Store shows a vehicle that matches the description of Richard Allen's vehicle passing at 1:27 p.m. toward the former CPS building. The clothing he told investigators he was wearing matched the clothing of the male in victim 2's video and the clothing descriptions provided by Betsy Blair, RV, BW, and AS. A vehicle matching the description of his 2016 Ford Focus is seen on or around 2:10 p.m., 2:14 p.m., and 2:28 p.m. at the former CPS building. Though through his own admissions, Richard Allen walked the trails and eventually hiked the Monon High Bridge and walked onto the Monon High Bridge. Excuse me. A male subject matching Richard Allen's description was not seen on the trails after 2:13 p.m. Investigators identified other individuals on the trails or CR 300 north between 2:30 and 4:11 p.m. None of these individuals saw a male matching the description of Richard Allen on the trail. Furthermore, Richard Allen stated he only saw 3 girls on the trail, which investigators believe to be RV, BW, and AS. Investigators believe Richard Allen was not seen on the trail after 2:13 p.m. because he was in the woods with victim 1 and victim 2. An unspent 40 caliber round between the bodies of victim 1 and victim 2 was forensically determined to have cycled through Richard Allen's Sig Sauer Model 226. The Sig Sauer Model 226 was found at Richard Allen's residence, and he admitted to owning it. Investigators were able to determine that he had owned it since 2001. Richard Allen stated he had not been on the property where the unspent round was found, and that he did not know the property owner, and that he had no explanation as to why the round cycled through his firearm would be at that location. Furthermore, he stated that he never allowed anyone to use or borrow the Sig Sauer Model P226. Investigators believe that after the victims were murdered, Richard Allen returned to his vehicle by walking down CR 300 North. Investigators believe he was seen by Sara Carborough walking back to his vehicle on C300 North with clothes that were muddy and bloody. Tony Liggett, along with investigators, believe the statements made by the witnesses because the statements corroborate the timeline of the death of the two victims, as well as coincide with the admissions made by Richard Allen. Further, the accounts relayed by Betsy Blair, RV, BW, and AS are similar in nature, and the timestamps on photographs taken by BW correspond to the times the juvenile females said they were on the trail and saw male individual. Investigators believe Richard M. Allen committed this kidnapping, which resulted in the killings of victim 1 and victim 2. From their prior conclusions, investigators believe Richard M. Allen was the male depicted in victim 2's video saying, "Guys down the hill." They believe Richard M. Allen was carrying his Sig Sauer model P226 on that day on that day due to the cycled round matching that firearm, which was located within feet of victim 2's body. They further believe he was carrying the Sig Sauer P226 from the audio from victim 2's video, which investigators believe they hear the sound of a gun being cycled and one of the victims mentioning a gun. Investigators believe after that, victim 1 and victim 2 were removed from the bridge by Richard to where their murders occurred. Charges were filed against Richard M. Allen on October 28, 2022 for 2 counts of murder. Once Richard Allen was taken into custody, he was moved to the Westville Correctional Facility, which is part of the Indiana Department of Corrections for safekeeping. He has been in said facility since November 2022. When Richard M. Allen entered the facility, he was placed in the segregation unit. Sorry. Segregation unit for his protection. In the segregation unit, his cell is equipped with a video recorder which records his activities within the cell. He is also being seen by medical providers and mental health specialists to evaluate his physical condition and monitor his mental health. Richard M. Allen also has the ability to use a tablet in his cell to send text messages, make phone calls, and listen to music. Upon Richard M. Allen's arrival to the facility, he was placed on suicide watch because of the certain statements he made about harming himself. Throughout his stay, his mental health improved to the point where he was taken off of suicide watch. He was also participating in recreation time and beginning to exercise. The facility reports that he was doing well and they had no issues or concerns. His day-to-day demeanor was that he was quiet, read a lot of books, did crossword puzzles, and exercised daily. On April 3rd, this is where we get to the interesting part. On April 3rd, 2023, Richard M. Allen made a phone call to his wife, Kathy Allen. In that phone call, Richard M. Allen admits several times that he killed Libby and Abby. Investigators had the phone calls transcribed, and the transcription confirms that Richard M. Allen admits he committed the murders of Abigail Williams and Liberty German. He admits several times within the phone call that he committed the offense as charged. His wife, Kathy Allen, ends the phone call abruptly.
Wow. Wow.
Hold on, we got to take a breather on that one.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's why I don't want to skip over it.
Yeah. So that's probably why she's a witness.
Yeah.
I was gonna say.
And probably why he broke his tablet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, up until that point, I was thinking he might have broken the tablet when they were teasing him, telling him he had a phone call with his wife, or his wife is. But I'm thinking it's this. I'm thinking that was it.
Yeah. I mean, that's just it's like you heard it, but now you're reading it and you're getting to hear a little bit more about it, and the fact that Kathy Allen ends the phone call abruptly.
Right.
All right.
Well, I find the next part really interesting too. Because I feel like it kind of goes into it.
Yeah, let's go more.
Soon after Kathy hangs up on him after he admits several times. Soon after, attorneys for Richard M. Allen filed an emergency motion to modify safekeeping order. In that motion, the defense states that Richard M. Allen's mental state has declined because Westville Correctional Facility is unfit and he should be moved. The defense also makes allegations that his mental health has declined to the point where Richard M. Allen has been deprived of his constitutional right to assist in his defense of this case. Further, Defense alleges that his mental capacity has declined because of his incarceration at Westville Correctional Facility. Defense has also challenged that his treatment is unconstitutional. Soon after, investigators were made aware by the warden of Westville Correctional Facility that Richard M. Allen began to act strangely. Richard M. Allen was wetting down paperwork he had gotten from his attorneys and eating it. He was refusing to eat and refusing to sleep. He would go days on end refusing to sleep. He further broke the tablet that he used for text messages and phone calls. He went from making up to 2 phone calls a day as of April 3rd, 2023, to not making any phone calls at all. To date, Richard M. Allen has still not made a phone call since April 3rd, 2023. On April 14th, Richard M. Allen was evaluated by 2 psychiatrists and one psychologist to discuss his turn in behavior and whether or not there was a need for involuntary medication. The panel will also discuss moving Richard M. Allen to a different facility that has a psychiatric unit. From that meeting, it was determined that Richard M. Allen did not need involuntary medication and that he did not need to be moved to another facility. Since that meeting, Richard M. Allen has begun to eat again and has begun to sleep. His behavior has begun to return to what it was prior to making the admission on April 3rd, 2023. Investigators believe the information that Westville Correctional Facility has gathered since Richard M. Allen was placed in that facility is important to the investigation. Investigators believe that there is video evidence that will include his admissions, plus his behavior prior to the admissions and directly after. Investigative logs kept of daily routines are important to determine when he was in his cell and when he was removed and the reasons he was removed. Further, any records of physical exams and or mental exams will be important to determine the state of his mental and physical health. This information is needed to refute the allegations made in defense's emergency motion to modify his safekeeping order. The evidence is also necessary to refute the allegations in the diminished mental capacity and or other possible defenses. It may also be important to the state introduces additional evidence gathered, including admissions made by Richard Allen himself. Investigators believe all of the information is important in the continued investigation for the murder of Abigail Williams and Liberty German. For this reason, the state is requesting the employment.
That's just kind of where I wanted it to go up to with that, because I really believe that, like I said, that those admissions, how he basically changed, stopped talking, his wife hung up on him and all that stuff. And to me, that's when the admissions hopefully house those really important ones where only the killer would know about the crime scene and certain things like that. And then all of a sudden he goes all fucking Looney Tune, right? His wife hangs up on him. He doesn't talk. He, as I said, starts going all crazy, wetting paper, eating it and stuff like that. Then it's deemed that he doesn't need like forcible, basically, medication and stuff like that. And then, but yet we have 61 confessions, right? So I think that 10 of those confessions are going to be false confessions because he has to undo, right? From what his lawyers are trying to get him to undo in a sense and throw out those admissions, because those admissions, again, they're going to mean a lot to the jury, what's ever in those confessions. So out of the 61 confessions, whether it's to the judge, which is the one that we saw, whether it's to the psychologist or psychiatrist, whatever, certain ones are going to be important and other ones are just going to be like somebody that's basically trying to get out of those admissions by throwing in false admissions, right? But so to me, that's where I'm hoping that the housing of that important confessions lies with Richard Allen about that. Because again, if Richard Allen says anything about the crime scene that at the time that nobody, like that we wouldn't have known, that he would have known about what he did to the girls and all that stuff, right? Then his ass is going to be grass no matter what on that. Because a confession, like you guys probably heard from like lawyers will mean a lot. And of course, so anyone that's going to try to take away from that, because like they're basically got no brain cells there. So it's going to be very important about those other useless confessions, right? Because anyone with a brain or two can tell that if at the start you're saying the stuff that has something to do with the crime scene and the girls and all, and then after that comes these confessions of, well, yeah, I took out my whole family. Plus, I shot the girls in the back and I did all this and I did all that. Right. Again, unless people are absolute idiots, right? And the jury will not be, and most people aren't, will realize that that's going to be like, okay, someone's trying to backtrack on their crap, knowing full well that, like, so I'm honestly with Richard Allen. I'm honestly, I don't take that guy to, like, I don't take him to be the most stable person in the world, because obviously he has small man syndrome like a lot of short dudes do. Sorry, it's just that it's true. My twin sister was with a guy 5'6", biggest mouth, biggest whatever, and it's almost like that they have to prove a point, because if they're small in stature, it's almost like they have to have these big mouths, a lot of them. And Richard Allen seems like, I can see Richard Allen, you know, tossing off to porn and stuff like that. I can see him being that guy doing that stuff. But anyways, who knows? Like I said, we know that he has he never got filed charges for the domestic violence call in 2015. We don't know if however many more there could have been that just were never reported. But I can, at the end of the day, I don't see Richard Allen that he's so unstable that he's just totally just, like, oh, my head's just totally out there. And I'm just going to confess to all this stuff because, it's better for the family that I do this so that they don't suffer anymore and crap like that. I don't see him being that person. I think that Richard Allen is very cohesive, regardless, that knowing full well when you have your life stripped away from you and you're put in a cell, and of course you're going to go a little bit loony toony in the head with all that stuff, right? I mean, any normal person would, type of thing. And I think that Richard Allen probably had insecurity issues, all that crap, the small man syndrome stuff going on, probably had some fantasy fetishes going on as well. Again, he kind of fits that profile of that to me. That's just my personal opinion. But honestly, my vibe that I keep constantly getting is that he's very aware of making these confessions in order to take away from the true confessions, to make him seem like he's this very unstable, unbalanced man. And I'm just not buying it. I'm not buying that. Okay. Like, people can sit there and put all their emphasis on that they want to, and that's your opinion as well. But I'm not buying the fact that Richard was so out of touch with reality. He was concocting, yeah, I buried them all. I shot them in the back and I did this. Not buying it. Not buying it. He doesn't come across like he's that out of touch with reality, but knowing full well that people, obviously, when they're plucked away from their smoking, their drinking, their life, and then they're caught, and maybe he did truly have remorse. I believe what if this is Richard Allen, that it was his first time, that he did this, that, probably this inner little freaking demon in there, if it's just Richard Allen, this little inner demon in there went to the High Moon Bridge, saw these luscious little victims that the day that he knew that they were out of school, perhaps came the victim. Again, going back to the fact that we always thought that Kegan Kline was the lure, that somebody else was involved. But the defense story and trying to stick to that, it's just making sense of it. If somebody drives to the Monan High Bridge at 127, and then he's seen by one person only, and he's not seen leaving by other people that would have been on the trails at the same time, he's the same man putting his hands in his pockets, the timeline fits, right? And then that same person that has his hands in his pockets, that's come from his vehicle around the time that he parked and came out, and then makes it onto the bridge, and he is in that video. Of course it's enhanced. Of course they're allowed to do that. I don't know what the I know that what's his name is Chevy, whatever. I mean, honestly, this probably isn't the best channel for him because we try to stick with the basics of it, and that we call it kind of like to stick with, even if Richard Allen might be innocent and stuff like that. He's kind of like, to me, in wackadoodle land with those people that are believing that Kelsey's a liar, that the Germans are a liar, that this is and this, and he's not taking facts that are actual facts, and then he's manipulating it to what he wants to believe, and saying that that photo at 207 is not real and that there's nobody in the thing. No, that's from YouTubers saying that they couldn't hear, because a lot of them had trouble seeing and hearing, but then when you got to the gist of it, and Adam talking about it and stuff like that, no, he is. They had to enhance it. Are they allowed to enhance it? Of course they're allowed to enhance it, or it wouldn't be admissible in the court of law. So when you have somebody that's not even in the court of law, but his theories do not match pretty much 95% at least of the people that come into this channel that just want to discuss it rationally and with the facts of the case, and the timelines that we know of to be as accurate as possible. But yet we're finding out different discrepancies, of course, right? So again, the confessions, to me, I don't know how well that they might have got a conviction. Like, let's just say that they didn't have confessions. I honestly don't believe that 12 people would have found this guy guilty with too many discrepancies and mess ups. I think to myself that confessions hold the key. Yeah, I seen that very little. I don't, honestly. The chat was going by. I was kind of just letting you guys do your thing there. I was only going to step in if I needed to or whatever, but Steffer ended up booting him, I believe. And honestly, when somebody, I like people to have their opinions. I do, but he was kind of off the rails, with his thinking. Like, he's more geared towards Crime Nights chat, somebody else's chat that's more towards his thinking. But that stuff's not going to flow too well with other people in our chat, our regs and stuff like that. When it comes to someone that's constantly having proof, but yet trying to tear it down. And again, we're not here to try to bash the German family. And when you keep saying that they're lying and stuff like that, or this or that, some of his points are okay, but a lot of them are just really geared towards, like, what's the point here? What are you trying to say? You're obviously trying to say that the Patties and that are a bunch of liars and that there's some sort of cover up going on and whatever it was. But it's, to me, it's ridiculous to say that there's no photo just because they can't find the photo. Does it make him look sloppy again? Yeah, of course. But obviously that photo exists at 207. It's not like someone's trying to create this freaking fantasy case based on a bunch of crap, right? So it's just a matter of what I call common sense. It really boils down to common sense, and common sense isn't trying to throw out every fact that's provided in this case. So get you guys riled up a little bit, right? It's definitely, he's probably better off in some of those other channels where they talk about stuff like that, or they want to victim blame or blame the families and stuff like that. So I did want you guys, like I said, to listen to the whole unredacted version of it, because there was those things that were added more so. So, and again, it's all really going to boil down to the totality of the whole thing. What makes reasonable sense? So the defense, what do you guys, like, out of anything that you guys have heard right now, shoot out any questions you want to ask or say, or just even a thought, feel free up there. But I just wanted you guys to, again, hear the whole, even because this have had newer stuff in it. Remember when we got the first PCA, we never heard anything about McWhorter and this and stuff like that. But anyways, 210, 214, 228, the vehicle, they seen a vehicle at the CPS building, right? And Richard Allen said that he parked at that building. Okay, so he parked there at 127. So again, either everyone's crazy but him, and to think that the girls were taken away and then that there's a big crime scene that somehow wasn't created at the time of the murders. I bet you the elevation that they speak of is once that they've crossed the creek there, and then they have to go up the elevation and then go up on the land. And that's probably pretty much. As for the phone, I mean, this is just my guess, and you guys can have yours too, but I believe that phone, it's very likely that it could have updated, at that time, which hensed it to kick back in, right? And because, we all know, like, cell phones do the weirdest shit, time things do the weirdest shit. But I've had my husband has had his phone multiple times, he'll get messages all at once that I've sent because I'm like, honey, like, why aren't you answering me? And he'll be like, that's because I'm in a bad area. And that area isn't a great area for reception, by the same token, but who knows? Maybe it was a bit wet, moisture, and again, maybe the update kicked it bad. And that makes sense, actually, to be honest with you. It makes a lot more sense that the cell phone was updating and then, right, which created the phone kind of like to kick back in a sense on, even though necessarily it wasn't necessarily off. But to kick back in, then trying to say that the girls were taken, and then, oh, well, let's be such brainiac criminals that we're going to bring them back to the crime scene alive. We're going to put some blood splatter on this tree, create pools of blood here, do the stabbing here, create all the blood there. It is just ridiculous to even think that, like I said, a Looney Tune would agree with that. Okay. A normal, sensical person would definitely not agree that the girls were brought back alive and then the crime scene happened. It's just ridiculous. So the defense, like I said, they're trying to bring the whole Odinism thing in there, which is still a bunch of crap regardless. Actually, you know what? At first I was disappointed that they weren't bringing the Odin in there, but then I'm actually glad that they didn't, because if you want to talk about making a joke out of a case when they literally have no proof, right? There was no, like, just like I know that there's no proof to tie Richard Allen in the sense of, like that someone's seen his actual face and all that. It's all the circumstantial evidence, and then will be about confessions, but to sit there and think that all these people were there and that no DNA was found, it's more likely to believe that one person did it and no DNA was found than a whole fucking group of Odinists that somehow magically didn't leave any DNA, brought them back. And, again, it's just the defense doing what they're supposed to do, which is going to try to get Richard Allen off. I just want the facts to speak for themselves. I don't want the bullshit of the Odinistic crap coming in, because nothing tied any of those people to it. They couldn't prove that there was any runes. They're trying to make the sticks seem like that there's sticks, like somehow it's an Odinistic thing. No, I think it's someone trying to deceive. And even if it's deception about having Abby and Libby's clothes and then the sticks on their necks, the sticks on their necks were clearly placed, to at least to me, clearly placed there, but in an illogical manner. It was just somebody, it's like me taking sticks, trying to deter from the actual crime, and kind of, I don't see it as anything as trying to even camouflage them. If you're going to try to trust me, if you're going to camouflage these bodies, you're not going to line up sticks as if they had some sort of meaning somewhat to them. And when I say meaning, I just mean meaning of, well, hey, let's put on sticks and make it look like some sort of ritualistic shit or whatever, but yet really have no meaning behind them. Because if you're going to camouflage somebody, you ain't going to be laying sticks like, here's 3 sticks, one for your neck over here, let's do this with it. You know what I mean? You're not going to do that. That doesn't make sense. What makes sense is if you're trying to camouflage someone, you're going to pick up stuff with your hands, throw a bunch of leaves and sticks on the bodies and camouflage them, right? It's not like he's going, oh, let's just play pick up sticks. Here, I'll put, oops, I'm interrupted, and somehow just take off. Nah. Okay, those sticks to me are clear cut that he put them on there in the way that he intended, not, but with no set meaning behind them, besides to make it seem like something that it wasn't, right? I mean, you're not trying to cover up a dead body or camouflage it if you leave Libby's body right in the open there. Who found the bodies? Do we know? Yes, Lacey. Now, this is a little bit weird because Pat Brown is the one. Now, for forever and a day, we heard that it wasn't so much Pat Brown, or that it was Pat Brown and Jake Johns, but the way it's played out here is that it was Pat Brown. So, multiple times we heard that the person that saw the deer, that it's basically like the person that saw the deer, Jake Johns, is the same person that's seen the bodies. And then Pat Brown was in that area and kind of came across it at the same time. Anyways, Jake Johns is to be known for finding the clothes. Pat Brown is the one known to have found the girls, amongst other people he was with. Yeah, let's get that right, Steph. It's kind of like your freaking tree thing, right? Can't believe you if you don't say it, if you don't do it properly. Now you got Paul Brown. Probably. Maybe. If they are going to use Odinism, then they better connect RA to Odinism. And I don't think they can do that. No, I don't think that they can do that at all. And the fact is that honestly, they couldn't connect anything. They, out of any of those people, they couldn't connect them to being in Delphi and at the crime scene. They couldn't connect zero. Richard Allen, they can connect him for timeline, for saying that he was there. Like, he can't take back the fact that he said he was there, right? That is proof, because his vehicle's there. He said he was there. His vehicle's on camera and all that stuff. So they can connect him through multiple things to maybe not connect him with DNA, and maybe not to connect him exactly what went on, but they can concoct a timeline. But like I said, I think this is all I think the end all to be all for RA, if this case has anything to do with the confessions, it better be that thing that says that, what, this is what I did to the girls in a sense. And talk about perhaps the cuts and different things that people didn't necessarily know about, but it's going to come down to the specifics of those confessions of there, So yes, I think that the prosecution can definitely make it seem like, what, we got his car there, we got him, being seen, we got his hands in his pockets at this time. That same person that had their hands in their pocket is similar to what all the other 3 girls saw. And the guy on the bridge has his hands in his pocket. Richard Allen admittedly says, I got jeans. I'm probably wearing a head covering. I'm wearing a canvas jacket. He has a Carhartt jacket, in his closet. Now, whether it's the same one, now, and then again, miraculously, the only phone right now, this is where it becomes a little bit more hazier, but out of 23 phones that this guy has, the one that's missing, the one that's missing is the one for 2017. So what the heck? It will be curious. What the heck when Baldwin there holds up the phone and basically is like, like the proof's in the pudding, the data doesn't lie. Well, first of all, yeah, data. I mean, it's one of those things that actually data can lie, pictures can lie, right? We all know that nowadays. If that would have been said a long time ago, no. But we all know that what you can do nowadays with AI and the whole manipulation of pictures and all that stuff, and how data can fuck up and stuff like that. So So in saying that, but like that the dad is not going to lie, and basically it's almost going to be an embarrassment to the prosecution when their freaking case crumbles. Well, again, a lot of that's just talk. It's no different than when they started out at the start of the case saying, and the DNA did not match, Richard Allen and Abby's fingers that were wrapped around. No, dumbass, because they probably matched Kelsey's. But again, right? You would BG is prepared for this moment, or at least the hopes of being prepared for this moment. Again, how many people are going to cross that bridge? What I am curious. Okay, so Betsy Blair sees him, on the bridge there, right? And remember, he starts. His vehicle is seen at 1:27. It takes time to walk along the thing. So whatever that time frame was there. But anyways, so Betsy Blair sees him, and at on the first rung. Betsy Blair sees the girls. The girls arrive at about what 1:49 it was, whatever, right? And then they start walking, and Betsy Blair ends up seeing them, the two girls, Abby and Libby, on her walk back. Now, it does make me wonder if Richard Allen, if it is Richard Allen, if Richard, not if, let's just keep saying his name, knowing full well that, right, it has to be proven. But anyways, it makes you wonder if Richard Allen was actually on that bridge. Well, yeah, it does. I don't know. Because I'm trying to think about the picture now as I'm saying that. Because I was thinking, it makes me wonder if Richard Allen was still on the rung of that, near the start of that bridge. And that once the girls went by, that he knew that they were basically trapped, right? Because most people are going to get to the bridge and turn around. But if that was his opportunity for him, it's just so crazy sometimes how time works out, doesn't it? That's a long ass bridge. And nobody else happened to come up to that bridge during this whole entire time that Richard Allen is, say, walking over the bridge. Regardless, a person is walking down the bridge behind Abby, right? So it makes me wonder in my head a little bit if he was still on that rung, and that the girls go by, he lets the girls go by. And then when they get to a point of almost like no return, then he like I said, comfortably seems to walk across that bridge because that was his opportunity. Because to me, he went there, with being prepared, say with a gun, with knives or whatever, prepared for whatever was going to happen, whether he meant to kill, whether it was the thrill of the kill, whether it was, seeing two young girls naked because he had some sort of weird fascination. I still feel like that Libby, like, was not an easy kill. Hence why she got brain swelling and more lacerations. I don't necessarily, I want to think that Abby was kind of covered, but I can't really make sense of why Abby has Libby's clothes on, if it was on the one side and then, but the thing is that if the clothes were off, yeah, no, it doesn't make sense. Sorry, talking with myself here. It doesn't make sense because if Libby was stripped of her clothes and Abby, that phone, that phone would not make it. That phone would not make it underneath of Abby's legs. That's a real mind fuck, isn't it? About that part. One that we might never understand. Or unless we hear it in the confession. Unless we hear something in a confession that kind of helps explain that part. Do you guys in chat, do you guys feel like this is going to be detrimental of the confessions? Do you think that there's something in those confessions that's going to be detrimental to RA? Just put a 1 if you do and 2 if you don't. Do you think that that's going to be like the fucking cherry on the cake to RA and getting a conviction is in those confessions. So 1 for yes. You know what? Be right back. I just really need to go to the bathroom again. But do your little numbers there and I'll be right back. Let's see. It was one if you think that the confessions, right, like that Nick McClelland is saying, is that where he basically talks about the crime scene or gives information about that, something that only the killer would know. Or 2, if you don't think that the confessions. So my question really is, it was that, do you think that something in those confessions is going to be important to the case, that it will get a conviction if we hear something about these confessions? Do you think that that's the strongest thing, kind of, that will basically, you know, basically the end all to be all for Rick Allen? And don't forget, so what I'm showing you guys in front as well, not sure if he confessed. Why are we going through trial? No sure if he confessed. Why are we going through trial? I'm not sure what that means, Lacey, to be honest, because we know he has 61 confessions. So it doesn't matter what they are. He has 61 confessions, and talking to his mother and his wife. And we saw the one for the judge, that confession as well, where he says that he killed Abby and Libby, and hopes that he gets to at least say he's sorry. Yeah. He said perhaps RA had been interested in his daughter, and she rebuffed. It's a possibility. Like, that is a possibility. But again, so, it always keeps going back to this, Ocasia, is that, did he know about the girls prior to or not? So if it's random and he just, because like I said, if he frequented the bridge, right, and he, um, you know, saw girls there, and then he knew that the school day was happening, right, which was a potential opportunity to do it. So there's the only thing is that there's really nothing that we have to show that Richard Allen knew these girls, and how would he know what time they were going to be there? Because all that was kind of based around Kegan Klein, really. But then that turned out to be a big ball of nothingness, in a sense. Good night, GP. Good night, GP. So it's one of those things, is that could make sense, if there was some fetish, or maybe, this whatever with his daughter, and they didn't have like this good relationship, and Libby looked a lot like her. But that would have to mean that he kind of knew that they were going to be there, and that honestly, it just doesn't. There's nothing to support that. As much as I thought it would, and thought we'd come to that conclusion through it all, that Kagan Klein was kind of the lure, and and it was kind of like whatever it was, that Richard Allen was, perhaps, using the information from the Dropbox or whatever it was and stuff like that, because of the Peru connection to Kagan Klein, Tony Klein, and, the connection to Richard Allen, living in Peru and stuff like that. So it was kind of one of those things, is that I feel like at this moment, right, just like anything, I just try to go what's being said to me or shown to me. So for me personally, again, it's not that, as much as I thought that there was multiple people, there's so many things to support as well that there's not, especially if like that whole 2 weapon and being what's the word, serrated versus soft, and that now that the coroner or autopsy guy couldn't even say that, right, let alone if they could tell you if 3 knives were used or 1 knife was used, and stuff like that. Like, again, so that kind of pulls back from that whole double angle there as well. But I really believe, like, now if I'm looking at the facts, I really feel like that one person could do this, especially with the knife thing. If the knife thing is totally different now, what's being said about that, and that, to me, it was, he knew that the girls were gonna, like, not that the girls, he knew that people from school, that this was a place that he frequented, and he probably had this deep desire, whether it was a fantasy of SV, or, like, in a sense, or the thrill of the kill, listen to whatever, right? Now, to me, this would seem more random, that he didn't know, but how many people are going to cross that bridge, right? And the minute someone crossed that bridge is when his opportunity came. Now, if there was a bunch of other people around, that opportunity wouldn't have come. But the opportunity worked out in his favor, that nobody else kind of was around. And those girls, once they got near towards getting close to the end of the bridge, he beelines it, behind them. And of course, right, there's this opportunity. And it was an opportunity, or a premeditated thing, because obviously he came prepared. He was trying to disguise himself and keep a low, like, people not really being able to see him and stuff like that. And I've always thought, yes, he was there. He was walking with a purpose, and I think that purpose was to kind of get to the trails. And it always seemed like the purpose was to get to the trails because Abby and Libby were there, but yet there's nothing there that we have found that has actually connected that. So in my head, it just makes the most sense that this was an opportunity that girls crossed. That was his opportunity, because there was nobody else around. He goes down there because he could have bailed at any point if somebody would have come, that that would have realized that, hey, there's this person there and stuff like that, right? Then somebody might have thought that is odd. But unfortunately, it's one of those things that nothing like that did happen. Nobody else seen the girls after that point. Nobody's seen that same person, even though there was, at that point at 2:13, there was other people on the trails, and nobody seen Richard Allen, or sorry, supposed Richard Allen. Well, I mean, come on now. He said he was there. So Richard Allen, let's say, so I really do feel like it was more of an opportunity that presented itself, that he made his way down there, and that opportunity presented himself that day, and whatever crazy fetish was going through his head. I believe that Libby was okay. Libby was taller than little short dude. Libby is bigger than little short dude. So it seems like I would say that something did happen where it was kind of like Abby gets the one freaking thing, she's done. Libby not only gets swelling of the head, she also has, cuts, right? And so she has 4 of them, versus like at least 4, and brain swelling. So that tells you more something about the struggle that he would have had with Libby. I think it feels like that Abby was out of commission pretty much right away, you know. But again, then you start thinking about the clothes and that. Fortune favors are prepared. Type for what? Fortune favors. Not really sure what that means. Sometimes, as we give things more thought, our opinions evolve. Even as an expert, his expert opinion can evolve. Yeah, absolutely. With this case, again, you're just trying to look at the realistic conclusions of this case. Like, okay, we know that Doug Carter had said that there was many tentacles, lots of tentacles. I don't even know that they knew what the fuck they were talking about, to be honest with you. The whole reason why they kind of suppressed the information, remember at the start there, right, when the lawyers took on the case, and they suppressed like where they couldn't, the families and that couldn't speak and stuff like that, right? Well, that was all really because of the that they said that there was other potential actors, right, in the game. So they have really done a shit job on this case. And, this is where it's kind of like, even due through all their fuck ups, there's still going to be the truth of the timelines or timing. And if there's confessions in there. But if we left this based upon all the fuck ups that have happened with this case and stuff like that, probably we would have never seen the light of day. Fuck ups from just everything. It's just absolutely absurd, the amount of mess ups. And to sit there and have these, people get up on the stand and say that, no, I still would have took only the bullet facing down. I wouldn't have taken any other picture. Like, dude, you are lying. You are so lying, but you guys don't want to look like the big doofuses you are, because they all seem to be incapable. Not all, I'm sure, but a good chunk of them seem to be incapable of knowing how to process a scene. You don't leave sticks at a scene. You would think that the DNA hair in Abby's hand, how could that have not been tested by the families to rule that out? Like, really? Right? How do you call off the dogs? Right? How do you lose all those interviews? Like, how do they even have their head attached to their shoulders, is what you kind of wonder, and yet we're sitting here, and really it's only because of, say, witnesses, or the actual digital tracking, the cameras and stuff like that, that's going to make this case. But actually, the only thing that's going to make this case to me is the confessions. I cannot see this case being found guilty by 12 people unless there's that solid. I personally can't myself, Yeah, absolutely, one person. And again, one of the first things I asked at the start when we were playing that one video is, they said that Libby's phone at 2:32 stopped and then went up or down 20 feet. So the reason why I'm showing this picture, obviously, is so you get a grasp of how high that side was across the creek. Because according to Chevy, the thing was like 3 feet deep. No, the water was not like 3 feet deep, whatever. The water was quite low. And that, hence why, if the water was higher, you would see way less ground than what you do, but the water was quite low. You might have hit spots that might have got to your waist, like we seen the next day in certain little spots, but really there was this big area to climb, and so it's kind of like, okay, so where are all these little footprints and stuff like that? right? I mean, but I do see footprints. I do see footprints when you actually look at this picture. You can see a couple, but I'm talking like two girls, a Richard Allen, you know. So it just gets so confusing about it all, to be honest with you. Which reminds me, let me show you that. I'll put this picture up so we can stare at his face, just for the sake of it, really. You know, feel free to print it off and stick it on your dartboard. Okay, right. There's a younger Richard Allen. So eerie how he actually looks like my original POI. Like, it's crazy eerie how the two have such similarities and their little butt chins, and just it's crazy. When I was just staring at it the other day again, going, I can't believe just how similar my POI, KD, Kagan Dunker, and Richard Allen look like. This is a younger picture of Richard Allen, you know. So I'm showing you this one more so because of the young BG sketch and stuff like that, even though this is a way younger picture. I can't remember what year. It's been a while since I've even talked about this picture or shown it. Let's see here. Sunny means what, pretty much? You said he went prepared. Okay. Yeah. You know, to me, he is. And I still don't believe that is I still don't believe that that's a jacket. And a brown jacket underneath myself. I definitely always seen, and I seen it in that PCA. I definitely always seen what I deemed as a windbreaker. And I kind of forget that that was even said in the PCA. But here in this area is a windbreaker style jacket. And because there are certain things that I didn't get wrong, you know, about the BG and stuff like that. But, and one of them was, like I said, about that jacket. But if there's one thing I spent much time on, was that brown thing out of the side. And I myself, you guys can believe it's a jacket all you want. I have seen that thing many times. The shape of it has kind of almost like a little boat shape to it. It's very weird, but I would definitely never classify that as some sort of hoodie as much as it is what you would call perhaps the kill kit or the satchel that's there. To me, that is an absolute satchel thing that's on the side of him there. But that, like I said, but never would I think that that was some sort of hoodie. It never came out. It came across that way when we first started looking, or when I first started looking at it, and people were saying that it was that. So you know how people say stuff, and then you start almost believing that it's true, and it's hard to get it out of your mind until whatever. But if there's one thing that was clear to me, like I said, certain things, that to me was a satchel, and probably that housed the revolver in it. It won't shock me that that actually housed the revolver in it. It might not have, but it very well could have as well. But, or a knife, right? Because there definitely is that shiny thing that's there, just like there's a shiny thing on his jacket on this side. If you're looking at the video, the sun will hit certain things and then it reflects off the light. So there is definitely that thing that could possibly be a knife that's coming out of that little kitty thing. And then there's also that light that comes off of the side of the arm on the jacket. That tells me that it's probably perhaps some sort of emblem on the jacket, some sort of button or something that's creating that light to shine. Bridge guy, you know what, KCL? Like I said, hindsight's 2020. And I'll be a monkey's uncle. Like I said, my POI and this guy, they look like they're fucking brothers, okay? Like if I put this picture to Cake and Dunker, they look like fucking brothers to, you know, like together. It still astonishes me on this one. But when I have hindsight to kind of go back and look, if there's one thing that was distinctive to me, at least to me, on the BG once they brought Richard Allen charges on him, it's definitely his droopy ass nose. That to me is, to my eyes, is clear that Richard Allen's nose matches the BG's nose on there. The rest of it, yeah, okay, so you can see the smaller chin as well. But it seems like there's the gruff there. But the one thing that stands out the most to me is that nose that droops down in the front like his does. That in hindsight, I'm like, oh, that is like seriously his nose that's there. But as for the eyes, you can make out that they're kind of beady eyes together, but there's no real good picture of that. Um, Honestly, if anything, they ever probably, I'd say the face shape and the nose. So when you think about the fact that he admitted being there, all these things, that you have a really good representation of what seems to be Richard Allen in the BG once he was arrested. And to me, it just all fits together. Common sense, some people are. Yeah. And again, I'm not here to get into ridiculous theories, just things that make sense. It doesn't make sense to create a crime scene after the fact and bring girls back. It just doesn't make sense. It might make sense in the defense's fantasy land of a world because they're trying to get their client off. Again, it's not about if like trying to force myself to believe that RA is guilty. I believe RA is guilty because of the evidence I see. But yet, if something totally shows me that he was really the wrong person, so be it. So be it, right? It's all about the truth. It's not about building something up or riding off of clicks and views and trying to push bullshit. It's just really about the truth of it. Is it Richard Allen? Did he confess? Did he say things that will incriminate him, that will make it clear to us that he is the bridge guy? Right? I think that I don't know. In my gut of guts, I feel like that's going to happen. Is the that he's going to have said something that will clearly put him at the crime scene to know that it was him. And if prosecution misses its mark on that, well, good fucking luck then. But prosecution, and to me, then you're on a losing battle. RA may get off. Well, it seems that way kind of a little bit at the moment, but I'm going to hold out for the confessions about solid things that will put him there. That's not true, though, Shay. That is not true, right? When like this man, he might, you know what? This man, if he's the one that had anything to do with it, right? So has the LE been sloppy? Absolutely. Have they made a shitload of mistakes? Absolutely. But to sit there and say that there's not one bit of evidence, that is not true. He put himself at the bridge. He said he was there from 1:30 to 3:30. He said he was wearing the clothes, the same clothes like the BG was wearing. He said that. And he's put in confessions. His bullet is found. Or even if you just take out the bullet, right? Let's say you don't believe in it and you call it junk science. Doesn't matter. His car is there on the Hoosier cameras, right? He put himself there at the same time when the girls were there. And he's trying to, and like I said, so now the defense has their job to basically take back confessions, try to take away from his timeline. His phone is missing. So those are just things that add up. But he put himself there. He said he was wearing those things because, dumbass, of course, didn't know when he was first saying it that there was a video on that phone that was showing him. So I'm sure, although he said that stuff in 2022, but the thing is that, again, he can't retract by what he said in 2017, like a day or two after he talked to whatever his face is there, right? Because in a guilty person's mind, you can't start making shit up that you started saying before without looking suspicious. So, right? So it's one of those things. A lot of idiots do that. Yeah, I was there at the time. But nope, didn't see the girls. Had no clue whatsoever and stuff like that. But the thing is that you're talking about 5 years lost of evidence that should have been collected, but they were too busy focusing on Ron Logan. So to me, this becomes about Ellie doing the most fucked up things with this case. But yet the evidence probably could have been way stronger had it not been for all, like, again, for the fuck ups, from the dog to everything. How do you have sticks laying on two bloody necks and then deem them as not having any blood and that they were of no evidentiary value, and then literally agree that even though they were told to go back? But like, what moron would ever think to say that they had no evidentiary value, yet the sticks were leaning on the girls' bodies and would have had blood on them from their necks being sliced and stuff like that? That's just absolutely absurd on there. But it's not that he doesn't have a bit of evidence. There is a bit of evidence. It's just maybe not the evidence that you feel is strong enough or whatever. But placing yourself at the crime with the clothes on, that's pretty damning evidence to start with on there. So I'll disagree on that one. The prison guards being odinous is a real thing. Yeah, it is a real thing. And I don't know how they even got away with that. It is a real thing. But that's if you believe in the whole Odinism angle. But you would have to literally try to attach any one of those people that were at the bridge that day. And you can't. They can't. They can't attach freaking Frosty Flake there, or whatever his name is. You know, they can't attach the guy, oh my God. The guy with his Facebook. I can't think of his name all of a sudden. But anyways, that's just it. The whole Odinist thing is a bunch of shit. Now, because regardless, they can't. The person that they can place at the bridge due to his own admission is Richard Allen. The other stuff is just them making up a bunch of bullshit, riding off of it. They said that there was deer heads. They tried to make it seem like it was some sort of runistic site. There was nothing runistic about that site, right? So for me, like I said, my own brain cells. Defense is there to get their client off. They're there when they said a work of art. That just made me laugh inside, because a work of art is basically saying we created this timeline that's chef's kiss, that this is what happened and this is going to bring the reasonable doubt. And yet you think if it was a bunch of Odinists, that no DNA would be left at all? If it was a bunch of people? They can't place anyone there. They can place Richard Allen there because he confessed to it. And it's not because I'm biased. I just use my brain cells. Yeah. And it doesn't mean that my brain cells are better than your brain cells. But at the end of the day, like I said, we all have different opinions on what we think about it all. To me, in my own opinion, it's very clear that the whole Odinist angle, was definitely there to put that into the jury's minds so that would give a reasonable doubt, because it became the talk of YouTubers, the talk of the news. It did what it was meant to do, right? It's not like it's a dumb move. It was a smart move on the side of the defense, even if it's a crock of shit. Shay, we have not been given all evidence to make the decision to determine guilt or not. We can't be reckless to take a man's life just in my vision. Absolutely not. Right? It just needs to be the evidence. If the evidence proves it and he confessed, that's to his own demise. If he didn't do it, then the jury will find him innocent, because of the either lack of evidence or that it just simply wasn't him. But it's hard. Like I said, it's kind of hard when you place yourself there and then say you were there from 1:30 to 3:30, but yeah, I didn't see anything. And it's only due to the fuck ups. 5 years later, they find the file. Suddenly, they find the file. Or did they know that file was there the entire time? I'm probably way behind, to be honest with you. I feel I'll read Steph's first. Yes, we all want the truth. We want justice for Abby and Libby. They went through hell. Yeah, they went through hell. Well, they're dead. He's alive. So if it is him, it is a sad day when, like this poor person that's so innocent, but he's in jail because there's enough evidence to put him there. But I might not necessarily agree with how he was housed, you know? I might not necessarily agree on all that stuff. I'm not sure. I'll check with him. I'll check with him. It is what it is. We'll see. Richard Allen's own words in Libby's videos are the best piece of evidence against him. Yeah. Yeah, because the video shows hands in the pockets and blue jeans and blue jacket. And, that in itself is so incriminating. The confessions will mean everything to us, you guys. And for those people that are too thick in the head, if they hear an outright confession that only the killer would know, and you still want to think that Richard Allen is innocent, then you're just thick, right? Because you have to be very willing to go with the evidence. So if there's nothing there in those confessions and stuff like that, then, like I said, to me, the prosecution, good luck prosecution then. Type of thing. But you have to be willing to look at it from all the different angles. And it's not that I'm not unwilling to at all. But again, life kind of deals situations that go certain ways all the time. There's typically a reason why people divorce. There's typically a reason why people kill other people. And it all falls into these cookie cutter cut categories typically, right? And for them to say that this crime scene wasn't unique in a sense, like bullshit to that. We all know it was. We all know that this crime scene was not how a typical crime scene is found, right? You don't usually find sticks on people that are put a certain way, and here's one girl dressed in the other girl's clothes and stuff like that. And again, for them not to admit that, prosecution side, like, come on now, grab brain cells. Of course it's unique, it's different, but the defense wants to twist that into the old Odinism different thing. I wonder why he said he was there till 3:30 if nobody saw him until after 2. Well, I'm not really sure I understand that so much because at the end of the day, that was just his timeline that he gave, but he doesn't know that nobody saw him after 2. Maybe he does, but if nobody saw him after 2, I get what you're saying there, Ben, but I don't know that Mr. Bright Bulb was probably maybe bright enough to think that. He probably, I don't know. I get what you're saying there, though. If timeline RA gave is correct, then it would be impossible for him not to have seen the girls once. Yeah. So, whoops. He's saying he left at 2:15, goes past the Hoover Store camera, 1:30, 1:27, right? The girls, so he gets there 21 minutes before the girls get there. The girls arrive at 1:49. So on his way back, right? Remember, he sat on a bench and then he left for 2:15, but the girls arrive. So did you fly out of there magic carpet wise? Did you beam yourself up? Did you decide that you were going to, hike it up to the cemetery and leave that way and stuff like that? So he would have had, if he just sat on the bench and then he left suddenly, where did he go? Which way did he go then? Just poof, like a genie, eh? Right? Because he would have seen those girls at that if he left at 2:15. Because let me put it this way, okay, right? This is where we're talking about having brains, right? So you get to there at 1:27, and you're talking about 45 minutes. So by the time it takes you to hike to the bridge. You say you're looking at stock ticker and fish and that. So you're literally just going to go there. And then in 45 minutes, all of this is just like, instantly head back. Again, you would have crossed the girl's path at that point. But in your head, you're thinking, okay, well, if it takes, and I can't remember how long it takes to get there. You guys, how long was it from the Freedom Bridge to the bridge, Monan High Trail? Can somebody answer me that? I would typically know, but right now my brain doesn't want to work. But can somebody answer me? Do you guys remember how long it took approximately to get from the Freedom Bridge to, or from the CPS building, I guess we would say, to the Monan High Trail Bridge? Because whatever time it takes, you have to double that up, right? Mark, he could be on stand tomorrow. What did Mark say? How did that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, the conservation officer. So some of these names I just forget. How did the conservation officer, how did they all fucking drop the ball is more the question. KCR, I don't think it was 20 minutes to get from the CPS to the thing. Are you talking about both ways? I know that I should know this answer because it was just said recently. Yeah, I know, right? Where was Kathy? Right? Kathy was at home or shopping, one of the two, you know that. I would really love to know, once these crimes were committed, about 20 minutes. Well, let's see. So the girls get dropped off at Mears, probably takes them about 10 or something minutes. So yeah, right? So let's say 20 minutes. So you're basically going to leave the CPS building, right? Get to the Monan High Bridge, and then you'd virtually have to turn right back around within about 5-10 minutes, and then go right back again, which in case you would have had to have seen the girls at this point. But right, so to get back to your vehicle that he left, when he says left, he left the bridge, or did he leave his vehicle? Did his vehicle leave at 2:15? Because that's just a crock of shit to try to act like it was like, stock ticker, because he was saying that he was distracted by looking at his stock ticker. And you know how it is with your looking at your phone. It's not like you're walking speedy. You'd be sitting there, oh yeah, and be going nonchalant and stuff like that. I gotta yell. KCL. But that's the tough thing about this trial. We can't watch it for ourselves, so we get all sorts of different. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Some of these lawyers are getting certain things wrong and stuff like that, right? Meaning that they're newbies to the case, but they're reporting on it because it's a high profile case. And I do like their opinions and different things that I'm hearing with inside the court. Even though, my co-host here is inside the court as well. But anyways, besides that point, is that there's a bunch of facts that they're getting wrong, which creates confusion. Like when that hidden true crime, no offense, hidden true crime, but when you said that you couldn't hear and that you couldn't see the bridge guy, good night, Mark. But yet other people did, so anyone that knows the case knows that the bridge guy is on that video. We didn't know that he was a small little piece of speck in the background as far, but they obviously had to enhance it. And because of them enhancing it like that, of course, will distort the picture, right? When you have to do something like that and try to give us the best. you know. But if there's one thing, I mean, we all do it, but if there's one thing that my pet peeve is when they can't get some of the basics of the case down, and because they're talking from their lawyer perspective, they don't know the case like we do, in a sense. And so sometimes those becomes a little bit of the pet peeves, right? When somebody's talking about a case that they're just fresh into getting into, or they've only been doing it for some months versus the years that people have been doing it. Night fibro. Okay, 1 second. Oh my god, I got a yawn. Ben, it's you. You're causing me to yawn. One second, I'm just gonna grab another video. 1 sec.
Story today is the Delphi murders trial.
So we want to bring in our legal analyst, Katie Jackson-Lindsay, for her insight on what happened in court today. Katie is here. Thank you so much for joining us. Can you tell us what stood out from today's proceedings?
Well, I think the most significant thing that we heard today was the testimony from the pathologist. We now know conclusively, without a doubt, the girl's manner and cause of death. We also heard a lot about their injuries and the effects that those injuries would have on their bodies, and whether or not it would have been reasonable for them to scream or fight back. And also we learned that he can't determine the time of death, which is pretty significant to both sides, I would think.
Yeah, so the coroner talked about that there were deep slits to the girls' throats, and that it didn't appear that there were any defensive wounds on the girls. Why is this so important? And what can we learn from an autopsy finding like that?
Well, I think that you can sort of gather from the defense building their defense that they're establishing that it didn't appear that these girls fought back. Mm-hmm. And if this was a total stranger that they didn't know, you would expect them to fight back. Mm-hmm. It could also be that they're trying to establish that maybe the injuries didn't happen in that location, and that's why we're not seeing wounds consistent with them fighting back. Maybe they were tied up somewhere else or taken somewhere else and being held down in a certain way that they couldn't fight back. So I think we have to assume that they could potentially be going that way with those questions.
Mm-hmm. And we also heard testimony today from a woman who saw Bridge Guy on the day of the murders. And it was a quite contentious moment because that's when she testified that she saw blood splatter on him, which was a detail not in the first interview with police. So why is this important, and what's happening here in this matter?
Well, when you think of blood in the context of a murder investigation, that's a pretty significant detail. And to see a man who was muddy and bloody versus just muddy, and we heard from the defense, from the questions, that she said muddy at least 13 times without ever saying bloody in one of the statements that she gave. That's pretty significant. And so what I think they're trying to establish is that she's not extremely credible. The jury would have received an instruction on witness credibility, how to assess their credibility, because they don't know these people. And so they're trying to establish that you can't believe absolutely everything that you hear coming from this witness in particular.
Mm. And what's your assessment of the case so far?
Well, I think what we're seeing is exactly what we should expect from the state. Again, they're sort of building a picture, right? A criminal case is like putting together a puzzle. With each additional piece, the picture starts to come into view. So they're doing exactly what they should be doing. But at the end of their case, we should be able to see that picture in order for them to meet their burden.
Mm-hmm. I thought it was interesting what they were saying about the Bridge Guy. I mean, we have been assuming all along that the Bridge Guy is the person who was the killer, but this does kind of raise some questions about that.
It does. And that just goes back to building that puzzle. Right now, you cannot see the clear picture of that puzzle. And that's their job, to make that clear to that jury, because it's not clear at this point. But their case also hasn't closed.
Yeah, we're in the middle of testimony. Katie Jackson-Lindsay, thanks so much for that insight. Appreciate it.
Katie Jackson.
So you're talking about the shoe didn't have mud on it. You're talking about the shoe from the water. You talking about that one? Because if so, they're actually, it's submerged in the water, and so any of the water would have just washed anything away. And plus the sunlight that's coming on that shoe, if that's what you're referring to. So I just actually was at that picture. Hold on a second. Give me 1 second here. I'll grab that one just because I was just looking at it a minute ago. Okay, just give me a second and I'll grab that image if it's still, because I just saw it, but I closed it off like a second ago. Here it is. Okay. Do they all have the Gavin Fish shit on it? Okay. Actually, I'll pull up the different pictures just to show you guys again. Okay. Whoops. Just bear with me for a sec here. Okay, I'm good. We're going to go through a few of these together. Okay, 1 second. Got that one. Now I pull. I want to pull this one. And grab this one. Okay. Give me a second here. Let's start. Okay, let's start with. Okay, we're going to start with this one first. Hold on a second. Okay, we're going to go back to this picture. We'll kind of just do them from what the water level looked like. Okay, so let me take this off the screen. So again, see how so remember, okay, so what we're hearing today was that at 2:32, it's like, okay, she's using the health app on the iPhone, right? And at 2:32, it kind of stops, and then it goes on a either a 20-foot inclination or a decline. Okay, so here, let me make this bigger. Let me take off the branding so it makes it easier visually to see. So, okay, so this is the water level. It's extremely low that particular day, that water level. So look at the height of the incline that the girls and Richard Allen would have had to go up. Now, if you can kind of see here, now this is what kind of gets me is this kind of section here. Let me go to the picture itself. Okay. Okay. Here was always something that, looked like footprints. And that could have been, though, from the searchers going up, because remember, at some point they don't really know that these girls are dead, they're missing or whatever. But once they find out, because obviously the investigators there, right? So people are obviously, crossing over the creek and whatever through the water, getting up there. Obviously, John's found the clothes in the water. But that's just to give you that better representation of that height of where that crime scene was. And that's a good elevation. And then if it's still climbing, it's because obviously the land, even though they're kind of found in a flatter land, it's still elevated. So it's either that the 20 foot, either the decline was probably from based on the fact that the bridge is 60 feet high is what they said, even though we always heard it was higher than that. But anyways, that would probably take you down to the private drive area if it was going on a decline. But that doesn't really make sense because they don't talk about any time after that. They basically just talk about the incline, or sorry, about 20 feet, right? So if they've only mentioned that at 232, which is very likely at this point that they're across on the other side, it does make sense, right? That if it was at 232, that it stopped and then it did some sort of decline or incline, it is more likely to make sense that it was probably here because we didn't hear any more information after that about the health thing. So it could have been simply that from here going up the sorry, my mouse is, I think I got two mouses, but could have been up to here, then they went to here and it was a 20-foot kind of elevation there, and then basically the girls ended up getting killed, and hence why why we never heard about any other movement with the health Fitbit, right? Okay, so now let me pull up the shoe picture. I'll pull up this one because this will give the best representation. Give me a second. Okay, right? The shoe is dirty. And then, sorry, I don't want to say it was submerged in water at this point, but the shoe is dirty. But the sun is creating this look as if it's not really dirty because the sun's beaming right there. But you can kind of see, like right here, it doesn't, the mud just doesn't stop there. Obviously, it's not like a straight line. So the sun is hindering that vision of knowing that they are muddier or whatever than what it looks like. So we also know that let's see here. These are probably the jeans with the underwear that are turned inside out, or I can't remember exactly what it was, but there's now we can know that there's the black, whether it was these are the jeans underneath, and this is, part of it, and the black camisole and whatever I have to go back and remember. But we know that this is the tie-dye shirt. We know that this is like some sort of camisole, underwear, sock, whatever this item might be there. Like I said, I'd have to go back and listen to what they all told us, because many times they talked about was the shirt and the shoe. And then eventually they finally said, okay, so this item was this and this item was here, and the jeans with the underwear were turned inside out. So that would have to be these, being the jeans and the underwear here. Obviously the Abby's fleece jacket, and everything is kind of, it's almost like it's packed. It's almost, I don't know how to explain this one. You know what? How would you guys explain this? Shirt, underwear, jeans, shoe, and sock from left to right. Yeah, I still think that there's another item or so that they had mentioned. I feel like there was, but I'd have to go back and look, to be honest. But so if, going back to, like said, the picture, so Jake Johns, 1 second here. I'll go to this picture. Stop screen, share screen. Okay, just 1 second here. Okay, so this is from Laura Lee's. I grabbed this off of hers because it just made my life simpler. But a lot of people were very inaccurate to where they were placing the bodies. The bodies are still. They're not the hell. about this high. They just aren't. So some of these people that don't know this thing, like that's just way too high. They were literally within 50 yards of the water. Like you could see the water. It was very close to the water. We have helicopter pictures of where the trees were. They were definitely not this high. They were down towards here. And then this arrow is pointing to clothing here, making it seem like it was on the south side. And pretty sure that clothing was on the north side. Sleuthing, where the clothing was, it on the north or south side? Because my head's twisted on that now, because people saying south side and then others saying north side. And I believe, okay, you know what? I should know this. It's on the north side, I believe. And I believe I know this because of a family member, that it was on the north side. Yeah, it was on the north side. Yeah, okay. It just, my memory got jaunted by a family member that told me about it. But anyways, I just didn't know where on the north side. So anyways, I'm just very confused, like, about the whole clothing thing. 1 second, go back to it. Present. So picture north side, just below the girls where they were. Of course, there's it's the cemeteries above. Yeah. Okay. Right. So this is where my confusion lies about this. And you know what? We might never know the answer. So what could have happened in your head, like using our heads here? What could have happened that these clothes are here and almost like that they're placed, or or that they undressed here for the most part, right? But what would have happened that Abby would have had on Libby's clothes at this point? So if these are on the north side and they're all stacked, right? So it's almost like this is the place that their clothes were coming off. So it almost feels like that Richard Allen took Abby out in one swipe, basically. And I honestly think that he felt bad for Abby. I really do feel like that he covered her and left Libby, who probably gave him a lot more problems and issues, right? Probably Libby might have been running in that water or something that created her hair to be to be wet. Because you can tell the difference. Abby's hair is dry. Libby's hair is you could tell it was in that soaking wet stage, not dry whatsoever. So the only thing that makes sense about the clothing on Abby, at least in my head, well, that's just it. I don't think that that's what happened. Let me see your comment there. The bodies were on the north side of the creek, and the clothing was found a little to the west of the crime scene. Yeah, just a little, right? Did they get intertwined in the water? Could have been one of those things the girls were going through. One of them kind of trips and kind of, meaning Abby kind of falls in. Who knows? But you can tell that this attack, that Abby, there was something about Libby, that either because she was bigger, she was taller than Richard Allen, that she was a struggle. Even if there wasn't struggle wounds, still she was not Abby is just lightweight, right? She's so tiny. Like you could pick her up and swirl her around on a finger, probably. I think they just floated away and got stuck. No, I don't see that at all. This is like being placed, Ben, I feel. I really feel like this is more of placement, or this is where they were told to undress. I wonder if he told the girls to switch clothes or something, knowing that Libby wouldn't be able to fit into Abby's clothes. And then Abby then had his way with Libby in a sense before. Maybe. Because, like Abby had a shoe on for sure. I don't know about two shoes, but a shoe on for sure. The phone is underneath of her leg, which who knows what happened there. Like, how did the phone get underneath of Abby's leg? Did it come out of the pants because they were so big? And as he was dragging, perhaps Abby and putting her into place, did the kind of the phone, kind of make its way underneath the foot there? Did that happen? I know it just all hurts the brain, doesn't it? They talk about the F tree, and I don't see it that well. Well, it's because there is no F tree, right? People making something out of something that's not there, but something that could look like an F, but not using any of the other splatters around it and just kind of creating that. Yeah. He might have told Abby to get dressed, and those were the only clothes left. Yeah, but it's just trying to wrap your head around the purpose of it all. What was the purpose? Was it to be an SV, and then it went sideways? Was it to be? Yeah, there had to be some perverse shit, because there's obviously, we know that there's no SV, there's no DNA to as an SV. But then again, did they fuck that up too? But it just reminds me of some old sick perverted fucker that has a fetish of girls and whatever. I don't think Richard Allen's dumb, but I don't think he's like that bright of a bulb either. But I think he was smart enough to wear gloves. I think he was smart enough not to use computers and stuff for searching, and that it was probably all done on a phone that went missing, But wouldn't he have had? But Ben, in 2017, wouldn't it be uploaded to the cloud as well? Or is that, I guess it would have to be an iPhone. But remember, you guys, the phone miraculously, out of all the 23 phones, you got all these old phones and the newer phones, but somehow that phone that he was there that day on the bridge goes missing, right? It doesn't exist. So, I mean, in all honesty, what's going to happen here is so this is just a matter of us wanting to know the answers to what happened, right? The motive, what happened. When really the thing that is obviously going to, the focus of this entire case is about producing evidence in a timeline that proves that he was there, and by the confession. This is just more us being nosy and wanting to know, in our heads, we want to know the full storyline of what happened to the girls, why, who, what, where, when, and why type of thing. When really, what the trial is about his timeline, proving that it was him, regardless of what the motive was. But that, you know what I mean? But it's kind of like you want to know the full story, right? You get selfish. You want to know what the full story is. Why, if it's Richard Allen, why did he do this? You know, obviously it's going to be something like typical, some sick perverted monster inside that had some sort of sick fucking fetish, something like that, you know, made the girls get nude, you know, maybe felt bad about Abby, covered her more so, or whatever. It's hard. There's a couple things that can happen there, but that's just more of us wanting to know those answers, you know. But the really, because at the end of the day, this part right here is nothing to do with the timeline. In a sense, it's about what evidence they have to put him in that timeline according to what he said, the data that they have, or the video coverage, and then the confessions, right? I don't think that this case would hold too much shit if it wasn't for that. Sara Carbonaw's accounts, those are going to be unreliable. That's going to be basically mostly, to me, useless information, because when somebody has flip-flops like a fish, you know, in a sense, and says tan jacket, then blue jacket, then says muddy, 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 and then says on both two interviews, and then says bloody 16 times, you know, it sounds like someone that doesn't really recollect that it probably is the bridge guy, but because her testimony is so inconsistent, you know, it's going to take away from her kind of like events, in a sense. Like, it definitely will take away from the 456, you know, timeline for the most part. So, and it's just because there's just too many inconsistencies with her story, even though I'm sure that that person at 456 is the BG, because if he said he was there from 1:30 to 3:30, right? And then, you know, he's got covering sticks, he's getting the girls undressed, blah, 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 blah. By the time he's trying to create this crime scene that is to distract from the true, like, I'll say somewhat the true reason perhaps of what this crime was intentionally about. And it's definitely a crime of opportunity. But, you know, so 213, 232, there's an incline, right? Now, who knows what the heck all happened after that? He's obviously concocting branches or whatever. And then he has to obviously leave the area. But he can't just go back down the trail because somebody would have seen him. So he has to go up to the cemetery to get back over to his car. So chances are that that is the person that Sara saw, but that's going to be unreliable to me testimony based on that. And I believe that they literally don't have any video of him leaving at any particular time, because he would have went opposite way of the cameras. And, well, hold on. If he went up, so if he went up the cemetery and down 300, I mean, he would have had to pass the Hoosier Harvestor, right? Yeah, you might not have, Carol. It could just be, you know, but I'm just trying to think of what seems reasonable about why Abby would have Libby's clothes on. Like, what would create that? Like, what truly, like, why not just leave them both nude? Why? Why cover? Why? You know, is it because those clothes were more camouflage? I doubt it, you know, but where did Sara Carbonell say that she saw him again, or him? Because if he went up the trail and he was on three, let me go. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Okay. So this is 300th, right? So where's the Hoovister? I think it's this one, right, guys? The CPS building was here. Sorry. The video camera footage is from here. So if he went up the cemetery, he would have been seen. But she saw him down 300. So he could have easily he would have had to have kind of went somewhere here. It would have to be, right? But there's other people on the trails at those times. Make it make sense. Beside Mir's entrance. Because I've seen the crime scene photos. I've seen 4 of them. And that's not dry hair. I know, like, we see Libby's hair in pictures all the time. This was not dry hair. This was wet hair. Hence why Libby's clothes were damp as well on Abby. But this was wet hair. There's no way. Those are from the leaked photos that came out. Those 4 photos. So, Sonny, he also would have passed Derek and Tara to what Sarah, if what Sara said is true. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to have to go look at those different times there. Well, we're all gathering up to go look for the girls at the Mears entrance, and he was walking west along 300. Well, they were, yeah, all gathering up to go look. Now, Sara Kavanaugh said that, like at the entrance, she had said that they were, what was the word? What was the word used? That people look like they were in anxiety, she said. So something's actually off there. Something's off there. One second here. Windows. Okay. Is that the word, Ben? Stressed? Okay, so let's see here. Okay, so when Indiana State Police Sergeant Christopher Cecil extracted data from 23 of Richard Allen's devices in November of 2022, the month after his arrest for the killings of Abby and Libby, he found nothing tying Allen to the teens' deaths. He testified Wednesday afternoon. Cecil found only that someone had used Allen's devices, and looked up the girls on the internet. There was no direct communication with or about the girls. Okay. Allen's devices, not device, but devices. But Cecil said the phone Allen had used in 2017 when the girls were killed wasn't one of the devices he had analyzed, implying Allen was using a different phone when he was arrested 5.5 years after the killings. Prosecutor Nick McClelland noted that the 2017 phone's unique ID differed from Allen's phone in 2022. After this remark, Allen sat and shook his head in frustration, a bitter smile crossing his face. He then leaned over to his defense attorney, Andrew Baldwin, to say something quietly. His defense did not contest McClelland's comments. However, Cecil's main role as prosecution witness Wednesday was to discuss the data extracted and analyzed from Libby's phone to build a chronological timeline of events of February 13, 2017, the day that the girls were killed, and the following day. Between 4:06 p.m. February 13th and 4:33 a.m. February 14th, the phones received no short message services, SMS text messages, but the phone did receive iMessages in which the iPhone users can send between one another using internet connection instead of cell service, as well as phone calls and FaceTime calls. Because I have an iPhone myself, and whoever knows this as well, um, sometimes if something kind of is connecting, acting, or seeming like it's connecting out of the area, sometimes, like when I would message my son, sometimes it would be in green and sometimes it would be in blue. Typically, when it was in blue, it was because he was out of the area, or it was because he had uh, bad reception there at the place that he was, that created that as well. Um, but the defense, of course, is trying to say that, well, because you're going from green text to blue text, obviously the only way that happens is if you go out of the area, and then it sends it as like an iMessage to that. But that's not necessarily true, because that's happened, like I said, with my son, and with my phone sometimes. Because I used to always wonder about that, about the green text to the blue text. So again, the cell reception there wasn't the greatest. So some of those messages could have came in, but I'm no expert in the phone shit. But anyways, we'll see how that all plays out, because there's so many things that can happen sometimes, right? Like, you don't necessarily just have to be out of the area for it to turn to a blue text instead of the green text. Again, it could just be because because the phone is, miscommunicating in a sense, and it's maybe bad Wi-Fi, and that area was bad Wi-Fi, um, in Ron Logan's land. But we'll see how that plays out with everything. So, anyway, so this is where the whole Odinist and the girls were moved shit. But again, anyone with brain cells knows you're not going to take two girls from the crime scene alive, bring them back, decide, go, you know what, during the time that the search is happening, we're just going to bring them back. We're going to create the blood spatter on the trees. Okay, all that stuff doesn't make sense. There's no making sense of that whatsoever. Okay, the only thing that could have happened, which still doesn't make sense, is that the killer came back and with the phone and whatever. That, I think it's more accurate that the phone did an update, just like mine does at 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning. Typically, is when it updates. Anyways, at 4:33 a.m., February 14th, a flood of about 15 SMS texts reached Libby's phone. Okay, so not even iMessages, it says SMS texts reached Libby's phone. This indicates that the connection had been established with local cell phone towers at the same time. Okay, so a short service SMS texts, but the phone did receive iMessages, which the iPhone user can send between one another. Okay. Cecil said he doesn't have an explanation for why all those messages were received then. I think Cecil's a doofus a bit. Among the other information Cecil was missing was, during the data extraction from Libby's phone, he did not find a now infamous photo of Abby crossing the Monan High Bridge taken at the estimated time at 2:07. And that's probably because of like what we talked about with the Snapchat thing. It doesn't save to your phone unless you set it to save. Other than that, it just kind of gets sent and disappears. Libby used Snapchat to take several other photos that Cecil found. Okay. So Libby used several. Okay. So the other photos were found, but not that one. But he couldn't locate this one from the cache of saved pictures. Maybe they just fucked up there too. I mean, they've done enough fuck ups. Why not delete a picture accidentally too? And it's like, oops, can't find that one. Like, honestly. Instead, he had to estimate the time widely circulated photo by Libby's friends and family was taken. I don't have an answer, Cecil said after the jurors shared several questions about how Snapchat photos are stored, which is good. It's good. Who's leaving? Ben, send the angels tonight. I will. Good night, Sharon, if it's you that's saying good night. Good night, Night Rider. Yeah. Actually, there's like 120 watching from Twitter and 50 that are in the chat. So you go Twitter. 1 second, I got a cough. Okay, so let's see here. Okay, there's the girls. Okay, prayers to the girls always first and foremost. Wednesday's afternoon began with testimony from Cecil, a former digital forensic expert from Indiana State Police, who provided jurors with a timeline of the girls' movements based on the analysis of the contents of Libby's iPhone. At 1:38 p.m. on February 13th, Libby's father, Libby called her father, right, which we know, named Daddy-O in her contact list. Derek German testified last week that Libby called him to ask them to pick them up from the Monon High Bridge Trail later that afternoon. And like Becky said, and as Becky's told me, right, Derek went to Frankfurt to take some pictures for her, etc., etc. There was no real set time limit on when Derek was going to exactly pick them up. That, there wasn't no set time. It was kind of like when he was done doing the work in Frankfurt and he was heading back is when he would message the girls. Hot chat, good for Granny. Okay. At 1:41 p.m., while the girls were on the way to the trail, Libby posted a selfie on Snapchat. Abby was sitting in the back seat. Libby posted another selfie. 2 minutes later, she was smiling while Abby had a blank expression. Oh, goodness. It's getting late here to myself. At 2:05 p.m., Libby posted a photo of the high bridge just before they crossed. At 2:13, Cecil, a video was recorded. So obviously the 2:07 picture, because he said he couldn't find it. But anyways, that's what time it was. Anyways, prosecutors allege that the man is Alan. The last movement detective by the phone's Apple Health was at 2:32 p.m. A text came from her grandmother, Becky Patty, at 4:06. Patty, along with other relatives, oh my goodness, had been searching for Abby and Libby for several hours. You need to call me now, Becky obviously texted, adding multiple exclamations. Poor Becky. I can just picture her just being so worried. Officials initially believed that this last signal the phone received was up to about 10 p.m. on February 13th. Cecil said, well, that's not true because we already knew that the reason why they went back in the morning time was because of a pinging off of Libby's phone. But a second analysis conducted earlier this year using more advanced programs found that the last signal was actually received at 4:33 a.m. on February 14th, Cecil testified. At that time, Libby's phone had received, once you start yawning, forget it, 15 text messages at once. Cecil said that there was no indication that Libby's phone had been turned off, and it's unclear why the messages all came at once. Now, you're going to hear the defense saying that the phone was turned off. Somebody turned it back on. All 15 messages came in, because that's exactly what happens with prosecution to the defense experts, right? They're going to say the different shit. Dr. Roland Core or whatever, a semi-retired, sorry guys, just wanted to start yawning, that's it, forensic pathologist who conducted the autopsies on the teens on the 15th of February 2017 said Abby had a 2-inch laceration across her neck that damaged the left jugular vein. Core said that the cut appeared to have been made from right to left. Libby had 4, maybe 5 overlapping wounds on her neck, Core testified. 2 of the cuts, one on each side, were lethal and hit the arteries, meaning blood would have spread several feet. Several feet. Both of her hands were so right. I mean, and this is where this whole bloody muddy thing could have come from, right? Because of the hitting those arteries and it's spewing out. Core said, suggesting that she might have grabbed her neck. Well, she kind of did something there because it's all in her hands. So Core, who said that he had performed between 70,700 to 7,800 autopsies in his career, estimated that the team's lives are lived 4 to 10 minutes after their throat. Okay, you know what I mean. Although they likely lost consciousness before dying. Core also said that there was no visible signs that the girls were sexually assaulted. And he testified that this did not mean that there was no actual contact, just that no trauma was left. Let's see. Sara Carbaugh testified that she decided to drive down the country road north by the Monon Highbridge Trail entrance on February 13th. It was a beautiful day. She was off work, so she decided to scope out how many people were using the trail. About 4 p.m., Carbaugh said, this is where she said she saw a group of people at the trail entrance looking stressed out. Later, as she was heading east on Country Road, so never eat shredded wheat. Okay, so at about 4 p.m., Carbaugh said she saw the group of people. So later, okay, I'm trying to make sense of that. Later, as she was heading east, right, which would be, say, towards Ron Logan's house, because it's never eat shredded wheat, right? She drove past a man who was walking hunched over with both hands in his pocket. So what, like how this is put, it makes it seem, so they said that it was 3:56 or 3:57 that she saw the bridge guy. But they're saying at about 4 p.m., Carbaugh said that she saw a group of people at the trail looking stressed out. So they got this bunch of people stressed out, and yet we've never heard testimony of them seeing the bridge guy walking by them, right? That was bloody and muddy because she was going east. Okay, so that part right there just doesn't make sense. Right, Ben. Does that make sense to anybody? Yeah, Anna struggles a lot with this case. This was her only child. Abby was her only child. It's just gut wrenching. Okay. I saw a man covered in mud and blood, she testified. Carbaugh described the man's demeanor as sketchy. She said she looked at the man, whom she estimated was 3 feet away from her car, but he did not make eye contact. But Carbaugh did tell police about the man, or didn't tell police about the man for 3 weeks because she was scared. She testified. She later believed that the man she saw was the same man who became known as the bridge guy, right? I can understand that. It's not something I would be like, but I can understand that. So Tuesday, defense attorney Baldwin's October 22nd. Wait. I'm kind of confused because it says October 22nd, but yet obviously Carbaugh was today. Defense attorney Andrew Baldwin sought to discredit Carbaugh by picking apart the statements she gave to the police during the 3 interviews. Baldwin pointed out that Carbaugh mentioned the word mud 11 times during the first interview. She said the word 13 times during the second interview. And in June of 2017, the word blood was not in the transcript of either interview. Baldwin said, but Carbaugh insisted she remembers talking to investigators about it. During the third interview 2 years later in 2019, she mentioned the word blood 16 times, but not the word mud or muddy. Karba said she talked about the blood more than what the investigators focused on. This is where I believe that they probably, if anything, were coaching a bit. Like, are you sure you didn't see blood? Oh yeah, I did. You know, the cross examination was intense, with Karba addressing the jury instead of Baldwin as she answered questions and later growing defensive and sarcastic. When Baldwin pointed out that her statements were not consistent, she said, I guess not. At one point, Baldwin questioned why Karba didn't stop to help the man, which I understand the questioning, but I think it's a stupid question to think that a female is going to stop for somebody that's bloody and muddy and that he looks like he's been in a fight. Karba said that she didn't feel safe stopping to help a random man on the side of a country road. Exactly. Baldwin pointed out that Karba had initially told police the man she swore a tan coat, but later, later she changed her mind after she saw the now infamous video of the bridge guy who was seen wearing a blue jacket. Karba said she might have thought the coat was tan because he was covered in mud. I mean, that could make sense. I still don't see how someone goes there with gloves on, whatever, and then starts walking on a road that's bloody and muddy, right? It just seems ridiculous. Like, you think that you'd be cutting through the woods till you get close to the area. You think that you would be taking off that jacket, swinging it over your arm, try to conceal shit. Attorneys for a man charged in the 2017 Abbey Curriculum even argues to introduce. Oh, right. They're trying to introduce the Odinistic theory. Try to bring that in and stuff like that. There was like the documents that came out today, but as for me personally, I'm really tired now. And yeah, I am. Yeah. So this case is nothing shy of just incompetence, to be honest with you. Now, I know it's easy to put people down through an internet, through a, podcast, through a, YouTube channel and stuff like that. But honestly, I'm not that person that can just not say my feelings. And the picture that's missing it for 207, they couldn't even tell the time of death. They didn't take body temperature. They didn't take the sticks when they were supposed to. They didn't do this and didn't do that. I pray that, and I believe, but I pray that everything boils down to at least the basics of the timeline that can show that, yes, he was there. So piss off defense with that stuff, right? It comes down to this, like I said, if I felt somebody was innocent, I would fight just as hard in my beliefs if I really felt, because there are people that I feel like I can read them and kind of go, you know what, you are telling the truth, because people act and say things and do things a certain way. And then there's those really sly ones that might get by you, those really good conniving bullshitters. But this is one of those things, is that when somebody confesses and says that they were there with the same clothes on, sorry, not even confesses, but that their car is there, that they admitted to being there, and you're putting 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 + 1, is very likely that Richard Allen is the person that committed this crime. Taking away from all of the evidence, I think that they could have had a shitload of evidence, but no, they thought it was some old dude, Ron Logan, that committed this, which I thought for a day, maybe 2 days. When I first was following the case and I saw this video where they're trying to overlay static as if it's perfectly the bridge guy and stuff like that, but I think it was pretty clear to see that the FBI were definitely on a Ron Logan roller coaster ride with his stuff, that Richard Allen like I said, all because of the misplacement, whatever you want to call it, of that file where he said that he was on the trail, that he spoke to whatever that guy's was, Mullen, whatever that one officer's, whatever, what do you call those people? Conservation officer. I always forget the guy's name. You know, when you haven't been talking about people for a certain amount of time, the names just start eluding me. There's too many names with this case. But anyways, so he went there, like I said, and willingly said, and people might go, well, you know, he willingly said that. Would a person that committed the crime say that? Yeah, especially if people can. He doesn't know that, in a sense, like with these 3 girls that seen him, he doesn't know how accurate the information was to finding him. So, you know, he has to be somewhat truthful, right? Because if he can be placed there and they find out he's lying, then he's fucked. But then there's also those people that insert themselves regardless. But it's like, yeah, I was on the trail. But again, he's placing himself to where he wouldn't know this at the time, but that he was, say, the only male person. But how do you lose a file for over 5 years, you know, with the information of one person that was there? How does somebody that's telling the truth avoid telling the LE that's begging for the person that parked their vehicle, you know, not the one the next day on the 15th, the one on the 14th? How does the person that's so innocent, you know, the 2017 phone, whoops, look at that, just gone, you know, how does he not stand up and come out and say, yeah, don't forget, I told you I was there, you know, with my vehicle? An innocent person and stuff, like I said, they have no problem speaking up. A guilty person, of course, is going to sit there and, you know, bullshit about, like I said, now the bullshit about the whole timeline shit, and it's really when the lawyers started, like, honestly, right? I mean, and that's what's going to probably burn this guy's bridge, is because of those confessions of his that the defense was trying to revert to. But you claim that you're there and you claim that you're wearing the same clothing. The BG in that video has the same clothing that you said you were wearing. You got to the bridge at a certain time. Okay, it takes a certain amount of time to get there and it takes a certain amount of time to get back. No effing way, Richard Allen, that you were out of there by 2:15. Bullshit on that. But the Sarah Carbonos thing, that's not making sense to me. If at 4:00 she's basically saying that she saw stressed out people, you know, near the Mears area there, and then she passes Richard Allen, baby, do you need to go to sleep now? I haven't. Oh, my thing's not on. Okay. Husband needs to go to bed. I knew I was getting to that point anyway. It's 11 o'clock. He needs to get up early. He gets up at like 4 on there. But anyways, you guys, I'll probably do a live tomorrow again with any information that comes out and whatever else we can talk about. Definitely on Friday, you know, we'll have Alexa, the former criminal profiler, on there, and Charmaine and whoever else, anyways. And hopefully Aspen can join us since he's been in the courtroom mostly almost every day. He didn't want to go to the one the other day, but they were showing the crime scene pics on there. So anyways, thanks, Ben. Thanks, Sharon. Thanks, mods. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for watching. Please give a like. Anyways, thank you for hanging with me tonight. And of course, at the end of the day, the right person needs to be charged. And first and foremost, of course, prayers to Abby and Libby, and the, you know, road to justice, hopefully, for them and that. So yeah, and I think there was somebody that donated tonight. There was, oh, Miss Dog Lover did. And thank you, Miss Dog Lover, for the $9.99 super chat today. Appreciate that. Anyways, you guys, it's just a pleasure. Thank you guys. And sorry if I didn't get to some more of the questions or things that people were saying. But I still love you. Anyways, we can talk about it again tomorrow for anyone that wants to come. I'll probably do it around the same time, the same area, 6 o'clock or 6:30, somewhere in there. Okay, Sharon? Right, Sharon? Anyways, you guys have a great night. See you guys tomorrow. Again, prayers for Abby and Libby. Bye, guys. I gotta find my ex, Joe. There we go. Bye-bye.
A Norfolk night, the world is cold. We stand surrounded, we are not alone. Within my reverie, there's holy light. Without a number, we stand and fight. A Norfolk night.